Good morning, everyone. May I have your attention, please? I just wanted to say welcome to the State Housing Trust Fund Summit, and we hope you enjoy this morning, the day's events and the information that is provided. For those of you watching on the live stream, welcome as well. If you have questions, we will be answering the live stream questions at the end of the panel. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our MC for the day, the one and only President Dr. Joe Schaefer.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was fantastic. So it's really a pleasure to be here and to be part of the really exciting events we talk about Housing Trust Fund and the concepts and the potential for the future of our community. I like to tell people in education, we're realizing that people, talent are really going to be the thing that defines the success of a community, of a family, of a region, of a state. And more what we're finding is there are extreme pressures on those people, housing being one of the biggest ones. And so what used to be considered perhaps a more social issue is now becoming a social issue, an economic issue, and really a major community issue. So I really want to applaud the folks that are helping hold this conversation together. Specifically, I would like to thank My Front Door for this, and Habitat for Humanity for hosting the events, as well as our sponsors, Thrivent Financial, Burns Insurance, the Office Bar and Grill, Minuteman Press, Miller Promotions, and Miller Promotions. So can we give a round of applause for those people, please? And now it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished mayor, the Honorable Mayor of Cheyenne, Patrick Collins. Patrick.
Well, first of all, I just want to say good morning to everyone and welcome you to our statewide Housing Trust Fund Summit. You know, when I got to be mayor, one of the things I've really enjoyed most about this job is the chance to get out to meet different people from different places. And when it came to housing, it was really my thought that housing was a problem in our larger cities. But as I've gotten out, I've learned that that's not in fact true, that Shoshone and Pine Bluffs and Upton have the same problem Casper and Cheyenne does, and that is there's no housing available. And so I'm excited about the opportunity today to have this summit and to understand and to be educated on what's going on and maybe some of the best practices that we can have as we move forward. Dr. Schaefer said something that I think is real important, and that is housing is obviously a humanitarian crisis. People need a place to live, but now I believe it's really starting to affect our economy. We've had employees who wanted to come to Cheyenne and take jobs, and they got here and they loved our community. It's beautiful. They loved everything about it, but they couldn't find a place to live, and they chose to go home to Iowa and to Wisconsin and cold places like that. And so, you know, it's a problem. And so the other part of it that starts to make me real nervous is with our economy and what's going on, inflation, supply chain shortages. The people at the lowest level of our economic ladder are finding housing to become unaffordable. And so I think that's a real big challenge for us and something that I'm looking forward to seeing solutions here today. And so that's why I think today is so important. The Corporations Committee of our legislature has decided to take on housing as an interim topic. And I think that this is a really unique opportunity for us to, And so today, I think it's a great opportunity for us to see what a trust fund might be able to do to help solve some of our housing problems. But what I hope we come away with today is we're educated on some of these issues so that we can go out and we can advocate for housing, both at the local level and also the state and federal levels. And so I think today is going to be a great day. I want to say thank you to the folks sitting up here that sponsored this event. They see the need and the opportunity, and I know these guys are dedicated to fixing our housing problems and and helping make Cheyenne the kind of place and our state the kind of place that people have a safe and affordable place to live. And so anyways, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your work across the state to make housing available. And I look forward to being educated today and advocating for our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How about another round of applause for our fantastic mayor, Patrick Collins? I tell you what, Mr. Mayor, I have a hard time following you in anything that you do. You are engaged with the community, helping the community, appreciate the message every week in the paper, and you seem to be everywhere. So thank you for your leadership and thank you for all you're doing. So we've got a great opportunity to kick off the summit with our first panel, the nonprofit housing panel. And I want to take a quick minute to introduce those members of the panel. And then we've got a series of questions that we're going to ask each of them. As Dan said, we'll go through and every panelist will have an opportunity to respond to the questions. We'll move through. When we're done with all of the questions, then we'll turn to our virtual community who is joining us out there and see if there's any questions that they would like to ask of the panel as well. And so with that, I'd like to jump right in. I'd start out with introductions and start out with Kumia, Robin Bocanegra, close, good, who's the executive director. Community Action of Laramie County, Eric Walsh, the program director. Unaccompanied student initiative. Morning, Patrick. Come in. Is Austin here? Austin didn't make it. Okay. Volunteers of America, Michelle Bird. And is Bonnie here as well? Bonnie's not here. Okay. Family Promise, Misty Saxon, executive director. Safe House, Carla Thurin. And then Habitat for Humanity, Dan Dorsch. And then, of course, the one and the only Brenda Burkle, the executive director for My Front Door. How about a round of applause welcoming our panel? All right, so now I'm going to go with questions. I am going to ask the panelists to help me pass the microphone back and forth, and we're going to do this gracefully, I think. You may, I may not. We'll see. So I'd like to start off, we'll start to our far left, and why don't you start off by saying, you tell us who you are, what AMI do you serve, and how do you impact our community?
Good morning. It is? Okay, you just can't hear it. I'm Robin with the Camilla Shelter, and Camilla is the local homeless shelter serving single men, women, and then families with children. We've been in the community. This is our 40th year. So we do serve, like I said, men, women, and families. You can't hear me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. That's why I'm not hearing anything. Thank you. Obviously, I'm not a technical person. So Camilla Shelter, we serve single men and women, families with children. We don't really, I guess the only population we don't serve is unaccompanied youth.
Okay, my name is Eric Walsh. I'm the director for Community Action Laramie County Self-Sufficiency in the Kinship and VA Housing Program. We serve kind of a plethora of different populations there. Our self-sufficiency program with our SRO and family housing, we serve those below the 50% AMI. And those programs are basically taking those who are homeless or becoming homeless and getting them into our transitional housing, where they get case management services from our case managers to try and get into permanent housing. We also have our Project Hope program. Project Hope is essentially the same thing, except there's a little financial assistance with that. And that one actually falls under the 200% poverty guideline. With that, they get intensive case management, and the end goal is getting into permanent housing. And when I say we help them with some financial assistance, we help them with deposit and rent to get into permanent housing and try and take those barriers away that they have to get in to become self-sufficient. We also have our VA program. It is funded by the Grant Per Diem program through the VA. We serve veterans who are homeless. They come in and stay in our 90-day program, and we connect to different community organizations like Volunteers of America or the HUD-VASH system to try and get them into permanent housing as well. That one, we really don't have a financial aspect of where they fall under. It's usually what they would fall under with VOA or HUD-VASH. And even then, it's a kind of a case-by-case thing. Right now, we are currently helping the application and assistance with the ERAP program, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which is funded through the DFS. We have 3 case managers that work on that. And those, I believe, also fall under the 80% AMI right now. We don't really do much of the funding. We do some motel stay assistance and all that, but most of the funding comes from DFS, and we just are helping them apply for it. Our kinship program, those are those who work with the older folks that are raising grandparents or grandparents raising grandchildren or other relatives. We help with that by giving them a monthly respite care, helping with guardianship, trying to connect them with resources, just to make it a little bit easier on them when they're in our program. Within kinship, though, we also have developed or came up with our program, our WISE program. That's a homemaking services for those that are in trying to keep them out of, how do you say the, I had the word on top of my head. We're basically trying to keep them in their homes, and we're doing light work like housekeeping, shopping, and stuff like that. And then giving them actually an actual ear to listen as well. Then both programs also see the eyeglasses and voucher program as well. The kinship does the kids vouchers, and the self-sufficiency does the adult eyeglasses. And then one of our main ones that serve the homeless population is our Crossroads Healthcare Clinic. It's a federally qualified healthcare center, and it provides primary medical care, mental health services, and substance abuse services to individuals and families who are currently homeless, and a small percentage of low income. We also have the mobile clinic that goes out to Camilla about 3 times a week, and serves the homeless population there as well.
I'm Michelle Bird. I am a Veteran Services Coordinator at Volunteers of America. My program is Housing First. So, we get veterans in that don't have housing, they don't have jobs. And so we try to house them first before we help them get jobs. We have 3 levels of our program. So they can be with me and for as long as our funding will allow. And then we have a shallow subsidies program, which is 2 years, but they have to be able to pay 50% of their rent. And then after that, they go to our GPD program, where our GPD coordinator will just follow up with them and make sure that they're okay and see what they need. And, if there's any additional supports that we can offer them. We also work with Camilla. We often send folks to the shelter if they are not living in a safe place until we can get them housing. We also work with Eric at Calc to get our folks on their GPD list until we can get them into somewhere else. We put our veterans in EHA. We have a couple of hotels that work with us often. And I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. But we try to work with the community to just make sure our veterans are housed first.
Hi, I'm Misty Saxon with Family Promise of Cheyenne. Our program is to help minor children and their families either experiencing homelessness or preventing them from becoming homelessness. Our shelter is more of a program, and you get the you get a place to stay and meals while you complete our program to get back on your feet. We also do the rental assistance, and just recently we've gotten Google programming where we can offer some technical trainings to our clients and others to help them get a step up and a better paying job. Obviously we're low to no income is our.
Good morning. I'm Carla Tureen from Safe House Services. We provide services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, elder abuse, dating violence, and stalking, and any kind of intimate partner violence. We have a shelter that has between around 50 to 60 beds in it, just depends on how we arrange them. And for the last several months, we've been at 40 plus in our shelter every night. Everything we do and everything we provide to the victims of these violence acts is free. We don't charge anybody anything. And once a person hits our door and they're sleeping in our shelter, they're considered homeless. They are, whether they have a job or they don't, they're considered homeless. And so we serve them as that. We provide food, transportation, anything we can do to help get them back on their feet. We provide a lot of empowerment classes within our shelter. The one most popular is a financial empowerment class that we offer. And we actually got an all-state grant for that, so we can give them gift cards for attending the class. So they attend a little better when they're going to get a gift at the end of the class. But everything we do is throughout the county. We provide services throughout entire Laramie County. We respond to the hospital, to law enforcement, and to anybody who calls, and we have walk-ins. We also provide services for victims seeking protection orders or stalking orders, sexual assault orders. We go to court with them and we go through that process. So we're a hand right next to them to make sure that they're safe. So the reason I'm here today is because when those people hit our door and come into our facility, it is horrific to try to figure out where their next step is going to be, where they're going to go, where they're going to sleep after they're done at the shelter and when they're moving on. So I appreciate everybody here.
Good morning, Dan Dorsch, Habitat for Humanity of Laramie County. We have several programs that serve families and individuals whose AMI is 0 to 80%. Our main program is our construction program, where we use volunteers and the support of the community to build a home for a family, where they receive a 0% 30-year mortgage to make that home affordable and safe for their families. Our repair programs helps people stay safely and age in place in their homes by getting repairs done for them at a very low cost. An extension of that, in October of last year, we became a subrecipient for the ERAP Home Stability Services Program, where we facilitate home repairs and home modifications for people in mobile homes as well. We are a Veterans Build affiliate. That means every year we have to either build a home for a veteran or do some type of event to support our veterans communities. And lastly, our newest program is the Fresh Start Fund, which many of the panelists here today are partners with us in that program. The Fresh Start program allows individuals and other partner nonprofits who transition out of their program into new apartments or housing. It allows them to shop for free through a voucher program at our Restore for free. So they feel a new start in a new apartment and help them get their new life going. And would just like to say thank you to the Caring Foundation at the Blue Cross Blue Shield for their support in facilitating the creation of that fund. And that is all. Thank you.
So My Front Door is a program that is a 7-year, 3-phase core program model. We begin with financial literacy, move to homeownership preparedness, and then finally we spend 5 years with families after they purchase a home to ensure they're successful. And we start making that permanent transition to the middle class by taking those who are beginning the program, kind of doing that poverty shuffle, and then transitioning them all the way through managing a long-term asset like a home and being able to understand how to use that equity. We serve families with children between 50 to 80% of area median income To date, we have helped 57 families become homeowners. 56 have been successful over that long term, and we will have another homeowner on Monday in Albany County. We serve Laramie and Cheyenne, and I am completely in awe of all of the program partners sitting here. If you look, beginning with Robin and kind of come down the table, this represents your housing continuum. Each one of us kind of attacks that piece on the housing continuum and how we move people from poverty to the middle class. And each of us at one point or another has fed kind of through each other's programs. And we're very excited to see what a housing trust fund could do to support the leveraging of resources and programs and talent.
Well, I would say it would help us in a number of ways. From what I understand, we would be able to create more transitional housing, which is really needed in the community. We struggle with, I believe Carla said it, we can work with these individuals and families, but then we have nowhere to put them once they've succeeded in the program. And so it may not impact Cumia directly unless we were to build additional, like I said, emergency services, but it would certainly impact where we can move these individuals and families to once they've successfully completed a program. We end up keeping people in shelter far longer than what they need to be. And it's not, I mean, I love Cumia and I love what we do, but it's not a good environment for families to permanently live there. It's not a place for individuals to permanently become, their home. And so having this next step is really critical in our citizens becoming successful.
Yeah, I want to kind of piggyback off what Robin said. We do mostly the transitional piece for them, and even we have our limits as far as what transitional housing that we have. And as of lately, our waiting list for that transitional housing just keeps growing. A lot of difficulties that we're finding with our programs is, yes, we get them in the transitional housing, but now we got to try and find them permanent housing. Well, Laramie County has become a very difficult place to find a place to live. I was just explaining to Robin, or talking to Robin here and Michelle, and we were talking about, someone who's got really good credit background check and really good rental history is having a hard time finding housing. You can most of the population that we serve doesn't have that kind of background check and stuff like that. So landlords are starting to be a little more pickier as far as what they're getting in for housing. And of course, rent has gone up because of the inflation and because of jobs bringing more people in. We are seeing a lot more difficulty in getting any type of housing at this point. We wholly rely on voucher services like HUD-VASH, Shallow Subsidy, Cheyenne Housing Authority, and a lot of the landlords are either choosing not to accept those, or they're not, or they don't need to accept them because they got somebody who's got a full-time job they can pay more rent than what the voucher allows. So what we would want to see with this is we want to see more available affordable housing as well, something that will not exceed the price of a voucher, or will not exceed the price of somebody who doesn't make above the poverty above the poverty limit. That way our programs can be more effective for those who get into housing and become more self-sufficient.
I'm also going to piggyback off of these two. Our programs deal just with veterans, where Robin and Eric have everyone, but we have veterans that have no credit, bad credit, criminal histories, things that they have paid for in their past that are still coming up to haunt them now. I literally just paid a $2,000 deposit on a 1-bedroom apartment for a veteran. I was shocked, but I had to get him housed. He is on disability. He gets $843 a month. So he's going to be with us for quite some time because he doesn't have the funds to continue to pay his rent. He can only pay a portion of it. And then if they don't qualify for VASH, we have to figure out how we're going to get this gentleman to pay his rent, as well as, the 40 or 50 other veterans that we have on our caseloads. I think that a housing summit and having additional funds for these men and women that are on the streets is it's really important.
So I'm going to reiterate that we do need more transitional housing there. And exactly what they're talking about. You don't become homeless and have good credit. And we've been asked a few times in the last couple of weeks, which is shocking to me, if we would co-sign the lease for these people. Well, we're not big enough to be able to afford to do that. So if we had the trust, maybe that would be a way where we could have an element to co-sign those leases for the people who are working on their credit. And what I've read, that a lot of times there's a homeless part to the trust. Obviously that would directly affect us because the more funds we have, the more people we can help.
So I believe as a community and as a county, we really rock emergency shelter. That part, I think as a community, we really do. We have the beds, we have the services, we provide great services to those victims and homeless people that need a bed to sleep in. And as a community, we also have some really great landlords out there. But what we're missing is that in-between piece, because we can't go from sleeping in a shelter to a $1,400 apartment without some assistance. And so that's what I'm hoping for, is someplace in between, someplace we can start building an in-between piece for those people that really need our help.
For Habitat, it would allow us easier access to funding to purchase properties to rehabilitate, to put families in. It would help us acquire land to build affordable housing on. And to these, our panelists' points as well, the transitional housing is there, or needs to be there. And the next step needs to be there as well. So having a housing trust fund would allow us to help that continue by moving people from the transitional housing into safe and affordable housing as well.
My apologies to the room. So access to funding, absolutely. And if the statewide housing trust fund is structured in such a way that it supports feeding a local housing trust fund that would allow each community to serve local needs under local control, and kind of reduce that onerous piece that can be sometimes associated with federal funding. That is the best way to maximize those funds. We also employ a HUD certified housing counselor and have some pretty significant financial literacy programs under our umbrella, and having access to funding for those, which is and access to operational funds, which a lot of the funding sources don't offer. That would be a game changer for us, and which in turn means that we as nonprofit developers would be able to be a game changer for our community, moving that needle on affordable housing. Again, as a nonprofit developer, really what we saw, particularly at the height of the recent housing volatility, is that a good chunk of land to build some houses on was about $85,000 to $150,000. So if you couple that with the cost of labor and the cost of supplies, and then also reduce the amount of funds that our homeowners have available to buy a home, there's really no way to build affordable housing without some significant subsidy, right? So for us, that subsidy often means getting very creative. We actually have a community land trust model, which means the families that purchase their homes own everything above grade, but we retain ownership of the land. In essence, if you don't have to buy the dirt underneath the home, how much more home can you afford? So getting creative with that can certainly help that that subsidy piece. Unfortunately, it also means that we have to come up with $85,000 to $150,000 up front, and the value of the land itself doesn't always come up to that when it's assessed. So we have to get creative with land and additional subsidy. So that certainly is a stumbling block. We also have, as mentioned before, that whole access to funding that supports operations. And we, as a nonprofit that has a 7-year program, sometimes the 1-year funding cycles or 2-year funding cycles of many grants or federal programs doesn't necessarily support the entire success that we know it takes for us to have a 98% success rate.
Yeah, I will reiterate, access to funding is a big barrier. To illustrate that point, we have some land that was donated to us generously by Leaning Tree Homes. It's just under an acre, but it is not connected to the city sewer or water. And so for infrastructure to get us going so we can build, we need north of $1 million just in infrastructure costs before we can start developing affordable housing. A housing trust fund could help us get more of that funding in an easier and more accessible way. Land is a barrier right now, the cost of it, and also lack of land, right? And this is why we need to look at zoning changes, which we'll discuss a little earlier or later, and start building up instead of out. And that can be a big barrier for a lot of our problems right now as well.
So I'm just gonna grab onto Dan's because our clients that we work with are a long ways away from being able to move into that house or get their own property or get their own house. So our barriers are a little more significantly in the area of like getting them sober, making sure that they have a job, make sure that they have a safe place to go to. So we work on that piece, but we need to give them hope, and we need to be able to say, if you do all of this and you work forward, then Dan's going to help you get into a house. I mean, those are the things that we need. So we really need to give our clients some hope.
That's a good point, Carla. Hope is very important, along with the financial ability to find them housing. That's the biggest barrier, which we are all here because of that, is we need affordable housing. That's our barrier. We need somewhere for them to go once they complete the program.
Because VOA works with our property managers, I don't know that we actually have a barrier to increase affordable housing, other than we need our property managers to work with us and not feel like they're going to get robbed if they're working with Volunteers of America or HUD-VASH, or somebody that's going to guarantee that their rent is going to get paid, because essentially our veterans are going to not have our help, and our property managers just want to guarantee that they're still going to get paid and not have to evict somebody again.
I agree with Michelle as well as the rest of the panel here. The big thing you're hearing is funding availability. A good example of this, we do own a plot of land and we aren't currently doing anything with it except mowing it every other week. We just had Dan and his team work on our veterans deck, which we got a quote for just wood and building of it last year for about I think it was about $3,000 or $4,000, and then it was 16, wasn't it? Yeah, 16. Sorry. And then we had to get another quote here maybe 4 or 5 months later, and it went up to $32,000. And that was just for the price of wood and labor. So it's definitely finding something more, or the funding availability because we're not able to match what the inflation is costing to get the materials or get stuff to even build housing. So we're right there with Dan. And then we're also right there with Michelle is getting private managers and landlords on the same page as the programs that we're working with, knowing that, hey, these guys, yes, they had a past or they had something that affected them in the past, but yet and they paid for it. We need more work with you. And we've had a couple great landlords that have done that for us, but I think there needs to be more education out there as far as what the different housing programs have to offer and how it would enhance the landlord's contribution to the community, as well as getting these guys off the streets and into permanent housing, giving them that chance.
This is a really tough question for me to answer. Much like Carla, our response is, or our issues are very personal. I have not met a family yet that we've served that I would feel comfortable referring directly to Brenda or Habitat. They couldn't own a home. They couldn't take care of it. And the best way to explain this is I'm going to give you an example. So in April, we acquired the Stagecoach Motel. When we were gifted this motel, we were asked not to create any new homelessness. So please don't evict any of these folks without cause and try and relocate them to another home. So I immediately met with everyone, and particularly there was one family that had 2 young children, and the Stagecoach Motel was not an adequate place for a family with children. So mom, dad, a little 3-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl, a dog and a cat were living in a 1-room hotel room. We met with them initially and said, okay, you guys, you're going to have to find another place to move to, utilize our caseworkers. We encourage them to sign up with Cheyenne Housing Authority, looking into the ERAP program. We couldn't get these parents to really respond. They wouldn't engage. We constantly had to go over to the hotel and knock on the door and ask them things. And we were constantly met with, I don't know how to do that. I can't do that. Well, dad is a special needs individual with a low IQ. Mom has a plethora of mental illnesses, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, and they're raising these 2 beautiful children. Now, one of my staff said, we need to report them to DFS. Well, I've worked with DFS. I'm a licensed foster parent. You don't take kids away because their parents have issues. These parents love their children. Their children were fed. They had a roof over their head. Granted, they weren't always clean. Their toys were broken. Their clothes were dirty. The unit was an absolute disaster. It smelled like cat urine and there was trash everywhere. So finally, after several months of the family not engaging and not doing anything, I finally filed a formal eviction notice to try and get their attention. Gave them 30 days to leave the unit. And so when the parents came to me upset, I said, listen, you guys, school's going to start and your kiddos, are still living in a motel. We need to move quickly. We need to do something. We're willing to help you, but I need you to tell me, where do you want to go? So mom says, well, we're going to move to a motel in Laramie. And I said, you're moving to another motel. Let's put your family in an apartment. There's services, there's money to help with this. They have been living in motels for 11 years. They don't know how to live anywhere else. They didn't want to part with their animals. We offered them our Journey Center for Families, but dad would have to stop drinking and the pets would have to go to the animal shelter. They refused all of that. So I started bringing boxes over to them so they could start packing. The morning that they were supposed to move to Laramie, mom says, well, we don't have the rent money. We spent it. We haven't started packing yet. So my staff went over there and in 2 hours packed up everything they had, loaded it on the trailer. We paid their first month's rent in Laramie and moved them to this motel. Now I felt really bad because I thought we're just taking this poor family and dumping them off in another motel. So now there's somebody else's problem. But there's nothing for them here. They don't know how to engage in the services. And when I went into that unit and saw how disgusting it was, I didn't think, oh, these awful lazy people. What I thought was, this is what mental illness looks like. This is what poverty and lack of skills looks like. These people don't mean to be like this. They don't know how to be any different. And so we have to provide them with the services that are going to help them become healthy. And maybe they can't do it on their own. So they need to have lifetime case management. But we can't look at these folks as though they're throwaway families. I don't even know how to begin looking at affordable housing for a family like that because it's out of their realm of reality. And so I don't know how to answer that question.
You're answering the first one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Would you like me to read the question? Okay. What is my experience, if any, with accessing programs such as HOME, CDBG, or the National Housing Trust Fund program? I will speak to CDBG. That's what I have the most experience with. And my experience is it's really, really difficult. When I first came to the Camilla shelter, we were trying to apply for CDBG funds, which are federal funds, but they're filtered through the city. And we need this program for building improvements. That's what we use it for. And we were getting money for quite a few years. And then all of a sudden there became this noise issue that we were located on a 4-lane road, which is Lincoln Way, and we had a railroad track behind us. Therefore, the mathematical calculations that HUD uses says that we're over the allowable noise decibels inside our building. So as long as no one's sleeping or studying, we're fine. Well, we're a homeless shelter, people sleep. So we were denied funding. We went to the HUD folks in Denver and said, listen, what are we going to tell us what to do and we'll fix it? Well, we don't know what to do. You just have to make an effort. Try putting up a fence, try, putting in new windows. Well, we had new windows. It's a cement building. So then we wrote the grant to put up the fence and that was denied. Just a number of issues. We finally ended up spending $160,000 of money from our community that people donated, private donations that we had to raise to put up a fence. There's just too many silly regulations in the way. Do you really think someone who's homeless cares that the train goes by? After being there for 30 years, they don't even notice it. I feel as though we oftentimes make it so difficult to give this funding away because we're so worried that we're not crossing T's and dotting I's. And I've also tried asking for forgiveness and not permission. And that doesn't work very well either, not in today's world. There's just too many people, that are in charge of those regulations that come back and make you follow the rules. And so there's no way around it except changing the rules.
So we don't really deal with any of those grants in particular, but we do have our transitional housing. Most of our housing is funded through the WCDA program, as well as our CSBG program, which that funds our Project Hope. But we really don't have any experience with these ones.
Volunteers of America also does not have any experience with these funds.
So Family Promise has used CDBG money to buy our current shelter. And I wasn't there yet, but my board said that getting the grant was pretty easy, but finding a property that the federal government would approve of was not. So we found a building and the building was fine, but the parking lot was in the flood zone, so they denied it. So we had similar experiences as Robin, but they did want me to let you know all the CDBG people in Cheyenne are very wonderful to work with.
So Safe House also has only really had any dealings with is the CDBG money. And prior to Mayor Collins, we did have some difficult moments. And I will say that has changed for us. We were able to purchase a fence because, like Robin, Safe House sits up alongside a noisy place. Our decibels exceeded 92 or something like that. But that was on the outside. The inside, you couldn't hear anything. So there seemed to be some difficulty there, but we were successful recently, and we will be building a fence to try to take care of some of those decibel issues and the noise, because we want our clients to feel like they can go outside and take their kids out to play and not be listening to all the noise. The other thing that we do, the only experience we have is we have a grant through the Office of Violence Against Women. It's a federal grant, which lets us help with a little bit of transitional housing funds. Our biggest problem with that is finding a place that will accept it and will work with us, because it is a transitional program where when we put a family into the program, the first 4 months we pay 100% of their rent up to $1,000. The next 4 months we pay 2/3 of their rent. In the final 4 months, we pay 1/3 of their rent, transitioning them into being able to pay their own. But again, our biggest hurdle with that program is we can only really service about 10 to 12 families a year. And finding them a place to live is really difficult.
I will echo what Missy said. Usually getting the CDBG grant is the easy part. Spending it is the hard part. A couple examples of that. We have a grant right now through CDBG for the purchase and rehabilitation of a property. And this isn't necessarily CDBG making it hard, but this is to illustrate the current market we are in. We have $198,000 with this grant. And we've had it for a year now, and we have still are trying to find something that we can use those funds to purchase and rehabilitate. For example, several months ago, there was a condemned property, a property condemned by the city, listed for $160,000, and it was gone off the market in 3 days. So theoretically, if we were to purchase that condemned property, our remaining funds would touch nowhere near what it would take to get that livable. So that's one problem with where we are right now. Secondly, we use CDBG funding for our repairs program, which is helpful, and we do use it, but there's a lot of hoops to jump through. And the contractors we use have to be registered in SAM.gov, which is a federal program that allows people to receive federal funds. And it's hard to find contractors who are registered in SAM.gov. So it's a struggle for us, and we don't help as many people as we could if those restrictions weren't there.
So we have, as nonprofit developers, looked at home and have actually looked at the timeline on that. And the home funds are HUD funds that come as federal, as a pass-through through WCDA. When we prepare homeowners, it takes us 2 years to get homeowners prepared and ready to purchase a home. And we don't exactly know if it's going to be 18 to 24 months before they're ready. We don't know if we're going to be able to recruit families that are going to want to purchase the home we build. It all has to do with timeline. It's very hard to use those funds. And in addition, it turns out to be a moot point because yesterday we found out that WCDA will no longer support, under home funds, under their new plan, single family purchase. It will only be rental. So that's a big issue. The other thing is that a certified CHODO, a community housing development organization organized under WCDA, we have to build so many homes to keep that status and sell them within a certain period of time. But if they're not supporting that through home funds, it creates a system where we can in no way continue to be a community housing development organization unless we take on the rental piece, which we may at some point, but in order to comply with that, we have to completely change our mission and model in order to access those funds. CDBG here in Cheyenne is an entitlement city, which means that they are given their own issue of CDBG funds. The rest of the CDBG funds for the state now go through WCDA. And for us, it was a learning process. And I think we worked in partnership with the city to really figure out a lot of issues with that. And we currently do have a project that is hopefully going to be funded if we can figure out this last hurdle that was thrown our way. So that's our experience with those funds. I think I can read. So the question is, what changes or solutions would you like to see to create better access to affordable housing? The changes that I would like to see is, of course, a statewide housing trust fund that then is able to trickle down to local housing trust funds around the state that would be available, that would serve the needs for local control. I also would love to see that opened up, and perhaps using some ARPA funding to get it funded would be very, very helpful. I also would like to see our legislative body consider the idea for land banking, which interestingly enough does not have a fiscal note. It is simply enabling legislation that allows communities to have interagency agreements that allow land banking. That is certainly a big option for us. I think the stories that come to mind is when I think about what our families faced in the most recent volatile market over the course of the pandemic. When interest rates were at their lowest, we would have families who have been working for 2.5 years to save their down payment, improve their credit scores. They even look at career planning, education. I know that LCCC is a huge partner for us and really looking at getting families ready to go. What we saw is that our families would get so excited. They found a home. They found one that they're non-negotiables. There were some non-negotiables that had to be negotiated, but they kind of found something that would work. They got so excited and they put in an offer, and Kristen Aaron, my family advocate, is here and she can commiserate that they would get outbid by $20,000 in cash every time. And there was just nothing. And they would get so discouraged after all the work they'd done. They just felt like, well, what's the point? And for us, we actually are seeing our homeowners have a better chance with even with increased or growing interest rates, because there's simply more inventory on the market. So they don't have to negotiate on their non-negotiables necessarily as much. They just take a little longer to save the money that they need. But if they had a house that in 5 years, if they put a lot of money into and they put a lot of sweat equity into, it might be kind of what they needed, but they had to come up with that money up front. Or now with an increased interest rate, they don't have to compromise on the non-negotiables. They get to keep what, or they get to do what, have the house that will serve their needs, and they get to spread it out over 30 years. We actually are seeing an increase in home ownership opportunities.
I will echo what Brenda says as far as changes or solutions. State Housing Trust Fund, local housing trust fund, but what that really means to me is an investment from our government and our community. Cities and states across the nation are investing in housing, and to Mayor Collins' opening remarks about economic benefits, affordable housing is economic development. And you have local examples. For instance, the city of Sheridan recently designated $1.3 million of their ARPA funding to start to look at creating a community land trust, which would benefit affordable housing and benefit their communities. I just recently learned the state of Nevada has recently made a $500 million investment in housing for their state. So the changes and solutions need to come from our leaders and our community stakeholders so we can move forward with our housing issues. And as far as the story, my first thought is when we get a repairs application or an ERAP HSS application, we have to prioritize what they need because we don't have the funding to do everything that they may need. And so with access to better funding through a housing trust fund, we would be able to help more people, help them solve their housing issues and stay safely in their homes.
So I really like sitting next to Dan because he's talking all at the very top of this chain and some great things for the state and the community. And then I get to be Debbie Downer and talk about the very bottom piece. I have a client right now that has 3 kiddos. She actually has a decent job. She has something that can help her once, but she was left with nothing but the clothes that her and her kids were able to walk out the door with. That's it, nothing more. A broke down car and the clothes that they left with. She started applying for rentals. Every place she went was a $35 rental fee. And so, application fee. So after she applied at 4 different apartments, she spent $170 or $140. I'll do the math. Pretty quickly. Right there, she has already used a lot of what she had saved aside. And recently she found a place and she applied for ERAP. She got approved for ERAP, but ERAP takes 6 weeks or so before your landlord gets the money. And the landlord said, I just can't wait 6 weeks. So you've got to pay your first month's rent and your damage deposit up front, and then I'll take your ERAP for the next few months. So then we struggled to help her find that because it was imperative to her to be in a place before kids start school. She just could not see herself sending her kids on the bus from a shelter. And that was important to her. And that's what we are working on right now. So like I said, we're more the meat and potatoes down here, and Dan's our high hopes, and a lot of people here is the same thing. And that's what I'm hoping for.
So I feel that maybe one of our clients was having a really rough time. She was not low income, but she did not make the 3 times the rent. So she had this little tiny section of housing, and she actually told me, why can't there be a cap on rent? So maybe with this trust, they could do incentives to keep the rents lower. Because that's where we're having the problem, is finding a rent they can afford if they aren't low housing. And then the low housing is full. So that's what I would change, is maybe an incentive to keep the rents low. Tax break, something.
So a lot of our veterans have service animals. And we have been paying double rent for the already increased rent. I just got a house for one of my ladies that's had a service animal for probably 15 years. And not only is her rent $1,200 a month, but she also has to pay $400 a month for her dog. It's a service animal. It's a service animal. She needs this dog to live. And so now she has to pay an extra $400 a month, and she doesn't make the money to pay her rent and her dog's rent. So I think that there just needs to be a lot of education, especially with service animals, so that our veterans, any of our homeless individuals that have service animals, don't have to pay an extra amount of rent because they have an animal that provides a service to them.
Well, they took all the good answers. I do like the kind of the cushioning thing that we were talking about, Misty. Especially because most of the people that we serve, it do have the really extensive background checks, and they've worked on it. And right now, some of them that we serve are actually pretty good pillars of our community, but they just can't get into a place because of things that they did in their past on their background. And like Michelle said, a lot of landlords are negotiating, okay, so we'll take them, but we want a double deposit. of course, VOA has been able to do that, but programs like ours that are funded through CSBG, we only got so much money. That's not something we can do. So having a fund to be able to kind of help with that, to try and alleviate, we understand the landlord's perspective because they're trying to run a business, because we're also, we're landlords ourselves, but we also need to understand the perspective of who we're serving. And in this particular case with the person I'm talking about, who's a kind of a pillar in our community right now, doing very well, trying to work, trying to do everything he can, but he and his spouse had broken up, and it left him a lot of debt in his background, which of course he was the only one responsible for. So we're not able to get him into a place because there's just nothing there. So being able to maybe have funds to kind of cushion that and help them get into housing and build up a more promising relationship with more landlords to help with that would definitely be something I would like to see.
Phew, I'm all over the place on this question. I'm going to start kind of when Dan mentioned it takes an investment from our city, county, and state. That is such a true statement. And so I'm going to kind of draw attention to our mayor. For the first time in the 40 years that Camilla has been in operations, a city official stepped forward and put a substantial amount of money towards homelessness. Mayor Collins had this ARPA money and he wanted to spend it the best way possible. So he advocated to both the city and the county to come up with money to get rid of a crappy hotel that had human trafficking, drug use, you name it, and to give it to a nonprofit. Bravo. We were so excited. But it kind of stopped there. The city did what they needed to do. They gave a substantial amount of money, but we also need the state to start realizing that homelessness belongs in every community as far as where the solutions come from. For years and years, Camilla has relied on private individuals to make donations, and that's what we've lived on. We write some grants, but it's really the people in our community that pay the bills for Camilla. Well, now that we have 3 properties, our budget is up over $1 million. We can't rely on our community members to just be generous for that amount of money. We cannot afford to run 3 buildings with private donations. People are tapped out. People are, the economy with the way it is, inflation, the cost of housing, gas, you name it. People are not giving donations anymore. Discretionary money is hard to come by. You talk to any nonprofit here, they'll probably tell you their donations are down. We need to have a better system of how to maintain these programs or they won't be there. So then to move on to what Carla said, it's hard for us to get excited about affordable housing because our clients aren't even at a state where they could take care of housing, and probably more so at Camilla than at Safe House. Our folks are homeless. The ones that lost their job, broken relationship, they just need a few months to save up their money and get back out there. Okay, they have to find a place to live. But then we're talking about the ones who are the chronic, which is what the Stagecoach is going to be serving. These folks that are living under the bridges, who are mentally ill, untreated, substance users. I have a guy right now who falls into that category. He's a veteran, but he wasn't in the military long enough to qualify for a lot of benefits. He's been a meth user since he left the Navy, and he's 54 years old. So most of his life, he's been a drug user. He is begging for treatment. He's begging for help to get over his addiction. We're keeping him at the shelter. We let him stay in during the day and we put him to work volunteering around the building. He's got 40 days clean on his own, but that's not going to do him any good if we put him in an apartment. He needs the treatment. He needs the skills to keep that sobriety. The list goes on and on and on of all these supportive services that need to come along before we can put these folks into this housing, because they will fail. If we create housing and stuff people in them, they're going to destroy the housing. They're not going to take care of it. The landlords aren't going to rent to them. And it's this vicious cycle where people are not, they're just not going to stay where they're at. Okay, don't get mad at me, Mayor Collins. But when we opened up our Journey Center for Families, we've got our main shelter. Now we've got this new program. I really wish that nonprofits could be excluded from a lot of the codes and the expectations that the city has. we were gifted this building. We're working on remodeling it. And I've already spent over $5,000 just in fees for turning in a site plan. You know, our bill to our, to our, what do you call it? To design the site plan that was $12,000. You know, so we're spending all this money to have all of these things done just to change a motel into a shelter. And I understand the city can't just say, oh, okay, you don't have to do it. But then let's change the rules. Let's change the policies, because as nonprofits, we're paying the same fees and the same high expenses that a for-profit business is doing. And we don't have the money. I mean, I'm going to spend $20,000 before we're even getting anywhere. And, you know, that Stagecoach Motel, it was free for us. So it was a gift. Don't get me wrong, but we're going to spend another $1 million rehabbing it to get it up to code and to put the things into it that need to be there. So when it's done, it's going to be awesome. But getting there is going to be really hard. And so my recommendation is that, and if for-profit businesses complain, then you just tell them, well, you know, too bad. These are nonprofits. So we got a separate set of rules for them. I have no problem telling somebody this doesn't apply to you. So.
This one's kind of a a hard question for us to answer because I haven't dealt with this. But I guess if it was anything, it was just the affordability, which is why we have the empty plot that only gets mowed every other week. I think if things were a little more accessible and not as expensive, we could probably do more with it. We are definitely reaching out to community partners to try and figure that out. We're always in talks with Dan over here about what the possibilities are, but really it's still only but pipe dreams right now. So.
I don't think that the zoning affects the VOA as much as it affects everybody else. We depend on Brenda and Dan and Carla, Family Promise, sorry, and Eric and Robin for our veterans that we serve. Because if there's a situation that we can't get someone into housing right away, you know, we depend on everybody. We depend on our community partners. We depend on our landlords. So I don't think that zoning really affects us as much as them.
As of now, we haven't really had to deal with any zoning, so I don't have any need to change anything.
I'll be very honest. If there's a zoning issue, I have board members that I just call and make them take care of it because it is a little bit over my head. I've never lived in town. I've always lived in the country. And so nobody tells me what to do. So, with that being, I do know that it is an issue. It has been, but, fortunately for Safe House, I do have some great board members and they usually just take care of my problems.
So I'll answer for you guys if that's okay. For one thing, one change that needs to happen is to make it easier to zone and build transitional housing. When you have single family zoning or multifamily zoning or certain zones that just don't allow for transitional housing, that needs to change because we've heard from our friends here. Transitional housing is a need. They need someplace to put the people in their programs, and there's just not that need right now. And if we look at our zoning codes and say, what can we change to make it easier to develop and build transitional housing? That's something that we can do as a community to make that happen. Me personally, if there's only, I could talk for the next 20 minutes about zoning. Mostly thank you to Seth Lloyd at the city. So, but if I just had to mention one thing, my change would be to eliminate single family zoning, single family only zoning. And I know the city has done a lot of steps to go towards that direction. But the reason behind that is single family zoning was used to segregate our communities through the racist covenants that were put in those developments, and disallowing people of color and low incomes to move into nicer single family neighborhoods. It also, single family zoning also creates NIMBYism, or not in my backyard. So when someone wants to put a multifamily unit in a single family zone, they have to go through the planning process. They have to get it replatted. They have this whole ordeal. And it gives people the opportunity to step forward and say, I don't want that in my backyard. I don't want a multifamily unit next to me. And it creates issues and it creates barriers to get more affordable housing built. I'll quote one of my favorite nonprofit leaders that I've come to know about in the last year. His name is David Dworkin at the National Housing Conference. And he says, if you don't want affordable housing in your backyard, you're going to have homeless in your front yard. So that was the one change I would make.
So sometimes it's not necessarily about the zoning, but it's the process of going through meeting zoning. And I will kind of echo a little bit of what Robin said. So we currently have a project where going through the process means that if you change the use of a building, that triggers a site plan, which triggers a landscape plan, which triggers a drainage plan, which for anybody who wears 50 hats a day for nonprofit leadership, as we all do, that can be very daunting. So, you know, kind of along with Carla, I have a wonderful board and I do have some talent on my board who is helping me with that. But say, for example, it took us 3 years to come up with $410,000 to purchase the building. But now through the investigation of a site plan, we find that we also need a 5-foot detached sidewalk with a tree boulevard, which will not meet the curb side sidewalk of the neighbor. We'll have to do a little jog over and may require that we rip out a well-established and beautiful tree berm in order to put the tree boulevard in that's required. So sometimes I think it's not, and I think as we work through the process, these things will eventually get worked out. I have to say that everybody involved has been incredibly helpful, but the process is labor intensive, it's time consuming, and I'm not sure it makes good sense to spend time talking about ripping out an established tree berm in order to put in new plantings for a tree boulevard. So that definitely would be the process, not necessarily the zoning. The other thing that I would say is that it's also a philosophy about zoning. And I think that as we look at this housing continuum, I think it's important to remember that it's not necessarily just homeless or those that are in danger of being homeless. We absolutely need to address that, but we also need to address that next piece and how we move people forward and how we break that generational poverty cycle. So I think bearing that in mind and having a philosophy on how we interpret that UDC is important.
So that's all the prepared questions that we have. Let's look to the audience now, and then we'll look to the virtual audience in a second. What questions do you have for members of the panel? If you raise your hand, I don't know if we can get you a microphone, or I'll try to repeat what question you have and let us know who you want to answer that on the panel. Yes, sir. The question from the for folks online, the question, Councilman Martinez, did I get that right? Asked about the ability to access federal land that's leased to a municipality for for housing projects. I don't have an answer, but I'll add in a little bit more. I think what we found even here locally in Laramie County is there are little enclaves of state property as well as property that was previously dedicated for parks and open space that hasn't been developed for a variety of reasons to manage that. But I don't know, do any of the panelists want to take a stab at, I'm going to look to the right here to see the creative use of federal and state and other lands for housing?
I think between Dan and I, we have a pretty good inkling that those lands are probably held for very specific purposes, and they're probably held legally by statute as to how they can be used. And my guess is also that the federal government, much like the state, they tend to make revenue off of either recreation or grazing or whatever that is in order to support other things, would be my guess.
Great question. Other questions? Anything online? Yeah, Pat. No questions. Pat, please. So to repeat the question from Mr. Ashworth, so the question is, what are the biggest barriers that help the panelist clientele sort of move to the next level, whether that's from emergency shelter to transitional housing to subsidized housing, subsidized housing into the American dream of owning your own home? Who wants to take that question? Start there.
I think the biggest barrier with us is availability. Availability of low income housing, availability of transitional housing, just the availability of getting to that point. We see a lot of when they start with our program, we see a lot of them that have income issues, but we do if there's something we do very well is we try to accomplish that barrier by attaching them to or referring them to community programs. If it's income or employment, workforce services, express employment, just anything we can. Yeah, getting attached to disability. We use Michelle a lot for her SOAR, being a SOAR rep herself. We're training SOAR reps in our organization as well. So we're seeing a lot more push with the income, and it seems like they're more willing to increase their income. It's just not enough to meet our media area income standards to get into permanent housing, which has grown exponentially since even last year.
So if you were to walk into the Camilla shelter today, you would think we were a nursing home. You are going to see a number of people on oxygen, with walkers, in wheelchairs, with missing limbs. But these are people that are in their 50s. These are people that, suffer from major medical problems, but they're not old enough to get Social Security, or there's no assisted living that they can afford, because assisted living is more of a private business. And so even if we had affordable housing, they need assistance. And so we currently have two populations of challenge. We have these older folks that are probably younger than me, but incapable of physically taking care of themselves. They need assistance, but they don't have an income adequate to pay for that. And then we have a population of very young people in their 18 to 25 who struggle with a work ethic. They are very entitled. They are lazy. They don't see the responsibility they have. They still want to live with their parents. And when their parents kicked them out of the house and they became homeless, they couldn't figure out what they were supposed to do. So we have these two pockets, the very young and the very old, who are struggling. And then the in-between are the ones that are out going to work and could get into housing if they had affordable housing, but access to healthcare and mental health care are probably those big barriers because those folks don't have the services to get well.
So really quickly, accessibility to that housing is really, that is probably one of the biggest barriers. But another barrier that we are finding is because there's a lack of housing, lack of affordable housing, we have people who, landlords who can be picky. And so when some of our clients have been looking for places, they have to have a credit score of 700 to be able to apply. They don't have that. They do, they just don't. Their credit's been shot. So some of the requirements that our landlords are requesting or are demanding, it's just way too hard for them to do.
And very quickly, I will add that wages are a barrier right now as well. You have a lot of people and a lot of families struggling, working 2-3 jobs to make ends meet. And by having to do that, it also causes other problems that we see where they may end up needing services and help. So
Our clients also have, of course, affordable childcare issues when they are working shift work and lower paying jobs. Sometimes that can really be a barrier. When we have our classes for our families, we do provide meals and childcare on site because we don't want that to be one additional barrier, but it is a barrier. The question is, how do nonprofits work together? And if I could give a shout out to Dan and his crew, AMD Bank here in Cheyenne was kind enough during their remodel to see that many nonprofits got some of the furniture that they were upgrading. And we were able to have the Habitat Restore folks come over and move our furniture because there's just us 3 girls and we couldn't manage 5 great big desks and 3 credenzas. So huge shout out. But there are all different kinds of things. We also do financial literacy and some of those things for our partners. So.
And very quickly, once a month, we as a group meet the first Tuesday of every month and as a homeless collaborative, and we talk about these issues and what we can do and what we can help each other with. And everybody at this table sees each other that every day, every month, and then often in between. Oh, yeah. So the United Way asked this year for a collaborative approach, and all of us who deal with homelessness collaborated together to apply for that grant. And we are working together as a collaborative to provide services to the homeless in Laramie County.
Other questions that you want to, we got.
My name is Patrice Capon. I'm on the CDGB board, but I'm not representing them right now, so get that clear. I'm a landlord for 40 years. I have Cheyenne housing tenants. I have a VASH tenant, and I have stories. My VASH tenant, who's I've had about 4 years, decided to paint the kitchen. He slobbered paint on the stove, which caught fire. He got it on the dishwasher. He painted the faucet, the countertops, the linoleum. So that $2,000 a month that or deposit that you just paid, that ain't covering it. The other thing that you guys don't realize is like I have a fourplex and say it's worth 400 or 500, 700,000, depending on the inflation. You guys aren't compensating me for that risk. I have a $250 late fee. I just was at a ERAP meeting. I can't afford to wait 6, 8, 12 weeks for you guys to get your act together, do the application, get it approved, get me approved, notify me by email, or maybe not. I can't afford that. I happen to be an Agent Orange widow, and I'm very attuned to the VA needs, but you guys are very one-sided. You're all talking about needs and not solutions. Part of your solutions is you guys need a builder and a contractor on every one of your boards. Because like I just bought a dump. It is a dump on the west side. It's been vacant for 10 years. It has 3 different kinds of wiring, cloth wrapped, asbestos wrapped, some newer stuff. It all has to be taken out. We've got asbestos siding that I've had removed. I had estimates anywhere from $3,000 to $25,000 for that. You guys, you're wanting to cut into my income when you want rent caps, when you want me to put my house at risk for your tenant who might tear it up. I mean, if they just get angry and break the sink off the wall and flood the other 2 apartments, $2,000 ain't cutting it. So you guys need to have an affordable housing program. Yes, we need housing, but we need to reduce some of the zonings for people like me that are coming in and taking care of these derelicts. You need to help me with zoning that I don't have to put in a sprinkler system. And having vegetation, Mayor, having vegetation and trees and shrubs required in a time when we're on water rationing makes no sense. Gee, I just got called and said I've been watering too much from the water board. So, and this lady tells me I'm out of time, but yes, I mean, it's a dilemma, and there's a whole bunch of little tiny things that could be fixed and eased if you want builders to come in, but please recognize our risk.
I'm Dr. Michelle Aldrich, and I serve on the Cheyenne City Council, and I also serve as a city council representative, CDBG. I know this is a tough topic. My husband works with VA, with Veterans Administration, doing HUD-VASH as the administrator. And I know this is a tough topic. I live this topic. I've worked with this population for a long time as a teacher at our alternative school. But what I want you guys to know is I so appreciate what you do every single day, because there are people in our community that rely on your services, and what you bring to the table. We could not pay you enough for what you do and the people that lives you're changing. And we know that home ownership changes lives. Research shows it, it bears it out, and that makes it what a community is made of. So on behalf of the Cheyenne City Council, and I'm sure on behalf of our mayor, we appreciate what you do every single day. Keep up the good work and keep up the good fight, because it's not easy, and we're glad that you're on the front lines doing it.
So I echo that. Thank you for what you're doing, and we've got some discussion going. So I appreciate that we're talking about using this money for capacity building for transitional housing. I think kind of that will help ease the tension for me right now is that what is the desired end state for the person outside of the county, city, nonprofit level? What's the desired end state? And it seems to me that this affordable housing is one spoke in the larger wheel of community wellness. So to kind of talk to the fact that, you know, these people are destructive, you know, people experiencing homelessness are destructive, or in affordable housing are destructive. How do we work together to get an end state that works for everybody, whether it be through housing nonprofits, whether it be through mental health nonprofits, whatever it be? How do we get that desirable end state for both the person and property management and owners?
So I think we have to be attuned to, this is essentially a people issue, and people are messy. both good and bad, right? And I think we have to take into account that we need for-profit builders. We need the market to do what it does. But if the market was going to fix our issues, we might have already seen that resolution in the 1980s. But on a national level, we continue to build fewer houses and we continue to have more need. And each of those needs, if they're not met, Maslow is not wrong, right? They move into other issues, and they can increase instability both personally and professionally, which lead to a number of really poor health outcomes. So that first level is really your basic needs, right? Shelter, food, safety. And until those are met, hierarchy of need, you will not be able to move from survive to thrive.
And also to your point, Jeremy, I'll add that the State Housing Trust Fund or housing trust funds in general aren't going to solve all the issues we're talking about today, right? It's a piece of the puzzle, and it is going to take community interaction and communities and nonprofits, for-profits, municipalities, everybody working together to solve it. And to your point, the end state would be to improve the lives of our individuals, our neighbors, our friends, and our communities. And there are efforts doing that. The Laramie County Community Partnership has several action teams working right now, one on housing, one on health outcomes, one on homelessness. So these things are, those cooperatives are there. We just need more support.
I'm not very good at quick questions. I'm pretty good at making a short story long, not very good at making a long story short. First, I don't know, how do you get by? I had an issue. We're talking housing. Excuse me, I'm Mayor Joel Highsmith, Shoshone. Even Shoshone, we have housing issues. It's a statewide problem. I mentioned the word affordable housing in a council meeting and ran out of town. Because the city, as Cheyenne stepped forward, we stepped forward and bought some derelict buildings, an old motel and an old grocery store, turned into a bait shop, tore them down. But anyway, housing was the main design for that. And probably maybe workforce housing, but we need housing. But they didn't like the word affordable housing in Shoshone, so I don't know if you got ways to get around that. Help me. But and then secondly, the lady that spoke, that's a landlord, that is an issue. Because so much money, especially cost material stuff, damage can be done. A couple $1,000 deposit's really not nothing. If I'm also a landlord on a small scale view, but anyway, I do credit checks and everything, because if they tear it up, do they have the ability to pay? I mean, that's an issue. So that's one thing that's, I don't know, how do we address that, or if there's a guarantee if it's from the trust or however this goes, that protect the landlord too, for something like that. Also, city owned, we're probably going to manage our own workforce housing and take on that responsibility ourselves for the town of Shoshone. One thing for smaller towns, like we're a mid-sized town in the state of Wyoming. We're not small, because if you look at the population, we're mid-sized. That's where most of Wyoming is what people would call small town. But we have issues with having the personnel to address if we're involved with WCDA, rural development, meeting all the qualifications, all the paperwork that's piled on us to manage something like that is a real big issue. We have an organization, FCAG, Fremont County Association of Governments, where we're all together. For us, that may be our answer, to work together, where we end up with that group helping us do that. We're looking at options. I got more, but we'll cut it at that. But if any suggestions on anything like that, please feel free.
Very quickly, I would encourage you, Mr. Mayor, to absolutely look at that Fremont Collaborative and establishing a local housing trust fund that hopefully will be able to be fed by the statewide housing trust fund. I would also encourage you to do a little wordsmithing on using not affordable housing, but housing affordability, essential worker housing, or wage supported housing.
A great answer and a good conversation. We're about to break to have lunch. As I understand, it'll be a delicious taco bar. And want you to enjoy that time, but it's a time for you to interact and ask questions, reflect on some of the comments. In closing, one of the things that we simply, you'll hear me as a broken record talking about people, whether I refer to that as talent and workforce or individual success, social mobility. People are really at the heart of what we do. And because they are in a short supply, talent is in a short supply, we have to look at every place where we can help develop talent. And so one of the challenges we'll face as we go into the conversation about how you design a housing trust fund is how do you design that for the greatest need, the greatest number, at what end? What I will tell you is the work that you do, while sometimes maybe for smaller numbers or feel that way, may be considered the greatest need as we think about which population could benefit most from these types of things. So on behalf of everybody in the audience, I certainly want to thank you for your work. Thank you for your time and your comments today. How about a round of applause for our panelists?
Okay.
Okay, well, all I would say is I made the most fantastic introduction of you two that you would have ever heard. I'm sorry that you missed it, but I can tell you that we have just basically prepared the audience for the most exceptional presentation on state and local housing trust funds. So no pressure, but now that audio is working, everything, we're actually going to turn it over to you. And Terry, I'd actually hope that you would maybe kick us off and then we'll have Eric pick up from there.
Yes, absolutely. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Terry Rozanke with the Iowa Finance Authority, Housing Programs Manager. I've been with the agency about 15 years and worked with the State Housing Trust Fund since about probably 2008 or so. So I'm going to stop my video and try to share my screen. So hopefully, are you able to see the slides?
I think what I'm going to do is bring them up on my end and you just tell me when you need to, for me to switch them.
Nope, that'll work. Okay. So Iowa State Housing Trust Fund, you can flip ahead there, Dan. And this first picture is actually just a picture of a family that we did assist under one of our state housing trust fund. It was actually a Habitat for Humanity project in one of our rural communities. But going ahead then to the State Housing Trust Fund. So it is established under Iowa Code section 16.181. It's a pretty short section of legislation, about a page or so. Simply states that a trust fund is created within the Iowa Finance Authority, and the monies in the fund are to be used for the development and preservation of affordable housing for low-income people in the state and for the Iowa Mortgage Help Initiative. That Iowa Mortgage Help Initiative piece was actually added several years after the initial creation of the trust fund, kind of following the foreclosure crisis. That's a specific initiative that our state has to help homeowners avoid foreclosure. But it was created in 2003 by the Iowa legislature, and our first actual funding awards under the State Housing Trust Fund were made in fiscal year 2004. A dedicated funding stream was enacted in 2008. So and that dedicated funding stream has been amended and expanded a few times since 2008, but during those early years, the trust fund was really funded just through the annual appropriations process. So it did vary in those early years, and also in the early years, I'll mention that our finance authority, we had a contract with Iowa State University Extension, and staff from ISU Extension provided technical assistance specifically to entities that were interested in forming and communities that were interested in coming together to form a certified local housing trust fund. So that technical assistance in the early years was really key as well. We did not have staff capacity internally to be able to go out and work with those entities and form the trust fund. So that was very helpful in those early years as well. Okay, next slide. So in terms of how it's the trust fund is funded today, it's really through two primary resources as it currently stands. When the trust fund was first originated back in 2003, there was another entity, a nonprofit entity called the Iowa Housing Corporation that was dissolved, and loans that entity had held were placed within the State Housing Trust Fund as assets. So as those loans have repaid over time, those loan repayments from those assets continued to stay within the State Housing Trust Fund. But that was, we're going on 20 years ago now. So most of those loans have paid off by now. So there is some variable amounts of loan repayments and interest that are still trickling into the trust fund, but primarily there are two main funding sources for the State Housing Trust Fund in Iowa today. Those are a standing $3 million Rebuild Iowa Infrastructure Fund allocation, and that's known as RIF. Plus, it also receives 30% of the state's real estate transfer tax, up to a maximum of $7 million, which that $7 million cap started in just last fiscal year in 2022. Prior to that, the cap on the real estate tax had been $3 million annually. And to give you an idea of what a big deal that raising of the cap was, we would usually reach that $3 million cap, maybe 5 months into the fiscal year. So being able to increase that cap to 7 million was a huge, huge boost in funding for our State Housing Trust Fund, which had, that it had remained relatively static or had remained static for years prior to that change. So because we have some interest on some accounts and some of those loan repayments continue to come in, IFA does have to calculate the State Housing Trust Fund budget annually. Also, sometimes the legislature will appropriate some additional funding to the State Housing Trust Fund, and there's always a chance that they could, do something to interfere with the standing appropriation as well, should they so choose. But that's only happened once in the years I've been involved in the trust fund. So to give you a little background on the funding sources, the Rebuild Iowa Infrastructure Fund, and you can see the Iowa Code section there if you're interested in more information. Also, section 16.181A, that is where the RIF standing appropriation is located in Iowa Code as relates to the $3 million standing appropriation to the State Housing Trust Fund. But that RIF is supported largely by gambling revenue in our states, where through the wagering taxes and licensing fees. But it also does receive some funding through the state's that master settlement agreement with the tobacco companies. So that also goes into RIF. The total RIF budget for this fiscal year for our state is about $300 million. And it really does serve as Iowa's primary vehicle for infrastructure spending. And the legislature does direct appropriations from the fund. And there are several standing appropriations. The $3 million to the State Housing Trust Fund just happens to be one of those. And that was set, as I mentioned, very early on. That's been in place since 2008, I believe. So the other, going to the next slide, the next main primary funding source is that real estate transfer tax. And actually with the increase to the cap that took effect last fiscal year, the real estate transfer tax is now the primary funding vehicle for the State Housing Trust Fund. And again, there's a reference to the Iowa Code section if you're interested in more information. But I'm not sure what Wyoming has in place, but under Iowa law, a seller of real estate is assessed real estate transfer taxes when the deed is recorded. And it's set at essentially amounts to $1.60 per $1,000 of the purchase price. The first $500 is exempt. And the transfer taxes are normally taken as a credit by the buyer on the closing statement, and then the buyer then pays the real estate transfer taxes that are due when the deed is recorded, usually at the buyer's cost. So it's kind of complicated, but the county, Iowa has 99 counties, and the county keeps 17.25% of the real estate transfer taxes, and the county collects those and they deposit that percentage into the county's general fund. And then the remainder of the real estate transfer taxes that the county collects have to be paid to the state treasurer monthly. And that's also how our agency receives that 30% of the real estate transfer tax. That is the share that's going to the State Housing Trust Fund. We're also receiving that on a monthly basis until we hit that cap of 7 million. So once the money gets to the state treasurer, the state treasurer puts 65% of the real estate transfer tax receipts into the state's general fund. 30% comes to IFA for the State Housing Trust Fund, and then the final 5% goes to the state's Shelter Assistance Fund, which is also administered by our agency, but the Shelter Assistance Fund is dedicated specifically to emergency shelters that are serving homeless households. The next slide is just talking about, so under our State Housing Trust Fund, Iowa has two programs, the Local Housing Trust Fund and the Project-Based Housing Program. So the Local Housing Trust Fund is where nearly all of the funding under the State Housing Trust Fund goes to support the Local Housing Trust Fund program. So by Iowa code, the Local Housing Trust Fund program must receive at least 60% of the State Housing Trust Fund allocation in any given fiscal year, but in reality, it's almost all of it. It's 97% over the past few fiscal years. So to give you an idea, in the current fiscal year, our Local Housing Trust Fund program budget will be about 11.2 million. We take applications. Applications are due October 1st from the trust funds every year, and then our board approves those grant awards in December. And that's it. So that's an annual award process. Our agency establishes a maximum grant award. That's a lot that each local housing trust fund may apply for each year, and we calculate that based upon a formula that sets, there's a set base award amount based on the type of local housing trust fund. So whether the local housing trust fund is serving a region, a number of counties, or it's serving one county in which an entitlement city is located, or we have a few trust funds that are only serving an entitlement city. And so there's a base award based on the type of trust fund, and then we add a per capita amount based upon the population of the geographic area that's served by the local housing trust fund. So kind of once the budget, State Housing Trust Fund budget is set each year, we kind of back into what's the maximum amount per capita that we can award and still maintain, come in. We try to get it as close to the amount available as possible. So we're allocating every dollar that's available to us. So kind of price is right rules, closest without going over is the motto there. And then the second program is what's known as the Project-Based Housing Program. And originally when the State Housing Trust Fund was first created, and there were only a handful of very few local housing trust funds that were up and operating and able to be certified. The Project-Based Housing Program, really the intent of that originally was to make sure that areas in our state that were not served by a certified local housing trust fund could still have a way to apply for state housing trust fund dollars. So it used to be originally it was really a true 60-40 split in terms of the money available. But as the number of local housing trust funds grew over time, probably maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we finally reached the point where the entire state was served by a local housing trust fund. Then, as that kind of shift happened, the amount of funding that was dedicated to the project-based housing program has decreased over time. But that program is really focused on development of affordable single-family or multifamily housing units for projects that are ineligible for funding under a local housing trust fund's housing assistance plan. So the local housing trust fund acts as the gatekeeper, and if an entity goes to the local housing trust fund and the local housing trust fund says that the proposed project is not eligible for funding under their housing assistance plan, but the trust fund actually supports the project and thinks it's a good idea, they can essentially sign a form and clear the way for that project to apply directly to AFA for funding. But it's a very small program. This fiscal year, only $300,000 allocated, which is the same as last year, limited to $50,000 maximum grant award per applicant per calendar year. And it's really become very popular with Habitat for Humanity projects. So I would say for the most part, for the last several fiscal years, that's exclusively what we have funded under that program umbrella. Hey. A little bit more about the local housing trust fund program, since it is our primary program. So only certified local housing trust funds can apply for funding under this program. And the certification process does involve certain threshold requirements that must be met, including a local governing board comprised of no more than 50% local government or public officials. The entity's mission statement must include affordable housing as a primary purpose. The trust funds have to comply with Iowa's open meetings, open records laws. They have to demonstrate sufficient administrative capacity. There's several other items, but and generally these are nonprofit 501c3 organizations as well. And they basically put together their package of documentation and submit to our agency seeking certification, and I review that and then make a recommendation to our board of directors as to the certification as a trust fund. We currently have 27 certified local housing trust funds across the state serving all 99 counties. In Iowa, we actually have one local housing trust fund that's in the process. They're going to dissolve over the upcoming in this fiscal year. And so we have counties, that trust fund that's dissolving serves 11 counties. So those 11 counties are in the process of realigning with three other existing local housing trust funds. So we'll continue to have full statewide coverage, but that does happen from time to time, that we have some realignment of counties, but our goal is always to have statewide coverage for the local housing trust fund program. With the local housing trust fund program, they have a great deal of flexibility. They must use the state dollars for the development or preservation of affordable housing for income qualified Iowans, but that can include anything from homelessness assistance programs all the way through the rental and home ownership end of the continuum. They can also do some capacity building activities. So they really do have a great deal of flexibility within that broad umbrella of the state administrative rules. Some things that are set in stone are that, of course, by Iowa code, all of the state funding must benefit low-income households at or below 80% of the median family income. At least 30% of the local housing trust fund program grant award each fiscal year must be used to serve extremely low income households at or below 30% of median. The local housing trust funds do establish their own funding priorities. I often say they function as many Iowa finance authorities at the local level. It's a very grassroots driven program, with the idea being that they know better at the local level what their housing needs are certainly than I do sitting behind my desk in Des Moines. So they craft their own housing assistance plan that they submit annually to our agency for approval. And that housing assistance plan is really their document to identify, do some data analysis and to identify the gaps in housing needs in the area they serve, and then specify the types of projects or activities that their trust fund will be willing to fund in order to help address those needs. There is a local match requirement, which is historically been equal to 25% of the total grant amount requested in the last fiscal year. And then this fiscal year and the next, we have relaxed that local match requirement a bit because, as I mentioned, the funding available jumped, almost jumped pretty significantly with the increase in the real estate transfer tax cap from 3 million to 7 million. So it happened very quickly, kind of happened at the, of course, at the tail end of the legislative session, and then their applications were due in October 1. Cities and counties had already long before that certified their budgets, and so that we have allowed some ramp up time for them to also increase their local match resources. The next slide is just a map showing you our local housing trust funds, and as I mentioned, we do have it's not a one size fits all model. In some cases, we have 3 different trust funds that exclusively serve entitlement cities. We have about 6 of them that serve an entire county in which an entitlement city is located, but the county and the entitlement city all participate together in one certified local housing trust fund. And then the remainder of the trust funds are all regional in that they serve multiple counties. The next slide showing you kind of by the numbers throughout the State Housing Trust Fund's history. We've awarded almost $101 million under the State Housing Trust Fund since its inception in those first awards in fiscal year 2004. And again, the vast majority of that, over 93 million, has been under the Local Housing Trust Fund program, with an additional 7.6 million under the project-based housing program. With those grant awards, the grantees have assisted more than 35,000 housing units across the state. And it seems I can't spell there, but also there's another over 3,200 additional housing units that are estimated to be assisted under open grant agreements. And in terms of leveraging, that's something else that has made this program really popular on both sides of the aisle in our state. Over 171 million in other funds have been leveraged. And so for every dollar of state investment, they've been able to leverage $1.70 in other financing. I will say that leveraging number has decreased over time. It's just as with everything else, it's just harder and harder to generate local match especially for some of our rural local housing trust funds. And I think in the early days of the program, it was very common for trust funds to be overmatched. And now it's much more common for most of them to come in with just the exact amount of local match that's required in order to be eligible to apply. But again, also, just mention again, the leveraging has made it very popular, but also it has, as I mentioned, it's been very popular on both sides of the aisle. It's usually the first referral source. If a legislator or the governor's office, if a homeowner or someone, a constituent with a housing related need contacts their office, they will oftentimes refer them either to our agency or directly to the local housing trust fund that serves that constituent. So it's been very popular and well supported. And that is it from me. The last slide has my contact information. So certainly if you have any questions down the road, feel free to reach out. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Eric now, who's going to tell you more about things from a local housing trust fund perspective.
Thanks, Terry. Very good. I am going to try and get back on here again. Come here. Aha. So my name is Eric Burmeister. I am the executive director of the Polk County Housing Trust Fund. And I am, there it is, it came back. And I have been in this position about 11 years. And the Polk County Housing Trust Fund, if you remember the map that Terry showed you, we're number 7. So Polk County is actually the major part of metropolitan Des Moines. We're starting to move into some other areas of the central Iowa of the state, but for the most part, most of the population of Greater Des Moines lives in Polk County. We have, I don't know if we were the first local housing trust fund that was formed at the time the enabling legislation occurred, but we're certainly one of the first. So the trust fund currently really has 3 major areas of work. The first is that we do the research and planning work around housing needs in Polk County and in central Iowa generally. That is to say, we have been the keeper of the data and and understanding the kind of inventory that we have for affordable housing. Is it rental? Is it owner occupied? Is it 1 bedroom? Is it 2 bedroom? Becoming more important, where is it geographically located within the county? Also do work understanding the demographic that needs affordable housing. So are they singles? Are they families? What is their income situation? What is their job situation? And increasingly more important, what's their age situation? So Iowa is a state that's growing older faster. And one of the things that we continue to see as a growing need is affordable housing for seniors. So that's the first thing we do. The second thing we do is we do a lot of work in the policy area. So as many folks, probably including you, that work in the area of affordable housing, the affordable housing policy is very much centered at the local and state level. So in terms of having discussions with cities in our county about their challenges, their housing challenges, as well as hopefully seeing some successes in providing housing for their residents. The other thing that we do is to try and encourage and bring to the table for discussion new and progressive policies from jurisdictions that we can see around or find around the country to talk about what might work here in Polk County. And then the third thing we do is that we are a funder. And so as Terry just explained to you, we are a certified local housing trust fund. With the recent increase in the allocation to the State Housing Trust Fund, Polk County Housing Trust Fund's allocation from that source is rapidly approaching $1 million a year. In addition to that funding, we receive $1.5 million in funding from Polk County itself for the work that we do. And then in addition to that, we raise between $500,000 and $700,000 annually from the mostly from the business and foundation communities in Polk County to help us fund programs for folks that need affordable housing. So that's the quick elevator speech on what it is that we do generally. I'll ask you to flip to the next slide, and we'll talk a little bit about specifics today on what's going on here, what we've done the last year or so, and what we expect to be doing in the future. So this first slide is one that resonates with us here in Iowa, and I assume it may resonate for folks in Wyoming as well. But one of the blessings or curses, I guess, as you look at it, is that Iowa has a reputation for being a very affordable place to live. So when you go and you try and talk about affordable housing and the need for affordable housing, even our own residents sort of roll their eyes and say, oh, well, you know, we're not San Francisco or we're not New York. And every time it appears in a national magazine or article that Iowa is one of the more affordable places in the country to live, as I say to my staff, it just makes it that much harder for us to really have a serious discussion about affordable housing in the state. Because we know that reputation really breaks down when we start talking about low-income families and particularly extremely low-income individuals. So I'll have you flip to the next slide. So as you see in this slide, and again, this is Iowa data, but these are the kinds of things that we use when we're out talking about need and about policy decisions that we believe that we can have an impact on. You can see that the folks who are most severely rent burdened and are in fact paying the most for their housing are in fact these low and extremely low income renter households. And when you start looking at the percentage of their income that they pay just to remain housed, and sometimes not to remain particularly well housed, you start to see that that there are many folks in Iowa that are struggling. I'll have you flip to the next slide. So this again is another chart that has been useful to us in talking to not only to potential funders, but also to cities within Polk County about who of their folks are really struggling the most. And I realize the mouse type on the bottom there is probably illegible, but I think that Dan's going to send this out to folks. You can read that. But I think the thing that is really the thing that sometimes shocks folks the most is that 43% of this pie chart that are really the working poor. So these are not folks. There are certainly folks who are struggling, who are disabled, who are senior citizens and retired, others who are not working simply because they have either minor children, small children to take care of, or sometimes an elderly parent. But the fact is that the vast majority of extremely low income renter households are employed. And so we oftentimes talk about our service workforce as being the group of people who really benefit the most from what it is that we do, and this not only the services that we fund, but also the units we help to create. Just as an aside, this became very stark during the pandemic, because many of these folks who are the working poor were in those customer facing, sometimes called essential workers, who were in fact really not being paid enough to adequately pay for their housing, but many times were still either required to come to work, or in some cases, if they were in the hospitality area, were just simply lost their jobs altogether. So I'll have you flip to the next slide. So again, some things that we do use to talk to folks about why affordable housing is important. Now, these are last year's numbers. The new numbers have just recently been released. But as you can see, that if you're looking to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in Polk County, you're going to be needing to earn, or your household's going to be needing to earn, at least $17.35 an hour in order to afford that apartment, and not to be spending more than 30% of what you earn on your housing. And so here are just some of the folks, again, trying to put a face to data, which we find to be extremely helpful in talking to particularly our politicians locally and at the state level, as well as talking many times to folks who have a negative reaction if they find out that somehow affordable housing is being planned for their neighborhood or their community, putting faces to these folks that will benefit from that affordable housing becomes a way to sort of break through some of those initial barriers. Go ahead and flip to the next slide. So we also are very much interested in connecting the issue of workforce and housing together. Because I, again, don't know about Wyoming, but one of the biggest concerns that our businesses and politicians are having in this state right now is a workforce shortage in finding many open jobs. And of course, sometimes when somebody says, listen, why should we subsidize housing when in fact we've got all of these open positions? Well, one of the things that we have to be very specific about is that many of the positions that we're talking about simply do not pay a housing wage. And many of the jobs that are open, and I'll say this, Terry can either plug her ears, but certainly not report it back to her boss. Iowa is a low wage state, always has been. I've been here since 1978, and it has always been a situation where our jobs here pay less than similar jobs around the country, and certainly fewer higher paying jobs than you're going to find in other states. So this particular statistic is one that we use quite a bit when people talk about, well, folks just need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. 41,000 people who live in our central Iowa region cannot afford to live on their own, even if they're earning wages in the 90th percentile of their current occupation. I'll flip to the next slide. And so one of the things that we do at the Polk County Housing Trust Fund is to make sure that with the limited resources that we do have, we seek to help build housing and to keep housing affordable for the people that are struggling the most. So my board of directors has given staff very clear marching orders. We're very public about the fact that we are going to use what limited resources that we have to assist the folks who are most vulnerable. So if you take a look at the dollars that we allocated last year to help either preserve or to produce new inventory, the vast majority went to produce inventory that will be affordable to households that make less than 30% of area median income. If you'll remember in Terry's discussion, she indicated the state enabling legislation does require that all housing trust funds devote a certain percentage of the state housing trust fund allocation to production of affordable units for extremely low income households, or 30% or less. I will say that I believe and I don't do the reports to Terry, so I may be a little off, but I would say that at least for the last number of years, we have been almost at 100%. That is 100% of the dollars that that we are allocated from the State Housing Trust Fund go to producing or preserving inventory affordable to those extremely low income households. We use the same strategy or the same principle when we talk about the programs that we fund, because remember, we don't fund just bricks and mortar. We do fund programs. Those are funded exclusively by our philanthropic dollars, those dollars that we raise from the business and foundation community. But again, when we talk about what programs we're going to fund every year, our committees and our board give strong preference to those programs that assist households that make less than 30% of area median income. I'll have you flip the slide. So it'll give you a little bit of an idea here in 2021 about how we allocated some of our money. These development funds are the bricks and mortar dollars. 2021, as we all know, was an odd year because that was the year that we faced the COVID pandemic square on. And so we actually allocated a little less than we normally would towards these bricks and mortar projects. But in that year, we did allocate 1.6, and that leveraged a combined about $41 million worth of investments, produced or preserved 420 homes. And the breakdown there is shown. You can see the vast majority, 300 plus, was in our owner occupied repair work. So those were grants to over 300, or I guess grants to organizations like Habitat for Humanity and other owner occupied repair programs that improved over 300 affordable homes. I'll let you flip to the next slide, if you will. So remember, Terry talked about that housing assistance plan. We call ours a housing allocation plan. but every year the board does, our development committee does propose and the board approve how we're going to allocate all of the dollars that we have. You'll see in the fiscal year that just ended on June 30th, you can see what our allocation plan looked like in terms of dollars dedicated to those activities. If you'll flip to the next slide. So we do have we've had, I guess, during the pandemic, we had a really, I think, important role to play in helping with the local emergency rental assistance program that was set up because of the pandemic. So if you're familiar with that program that the federal government set up, and which in some places, including Polk County, is still operating, you'll remember that that money did not start to flow to the localities for rental assistance until about February of 2021. But remember, the pandemic started in April of 2020. And the various eviction moratoria that were put in place by local governments, state governments, and the federal governments began to expire in midsummer of 2021. And Polk County was faced with a huge eviction backlog and was faced with a huge potential for a crisis. This picture, you'll see the folks standing there with me are members of our local Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors came to the Polk County Housing Trust Fund and said, we are going to provide emergency rental assistance funds because the lovely lady on the far left there, Angela Conley, you need to, if you know Angela, you know basically what Angela said to me, and she was our outgoing board chair at that point in time. I don't want to read about any kids sleeping in cars, and hung up the phone. And so they transferred over the course of about 6 months almost $1.3 million of county resources to us to actually sit down at Polk County Eviction Court and write checks to landlords in return for dismissal of eviction cases. We were able to raise about another $700,000 outside of our regular fundraising from the business community and from some very generous individuals, to the extent that by the time the federal funds got here for emergency rental assistance, we had spent about $2 million in local rental assistance and had literally prevented almost 1,000 evictions in Polk County. This particular picture comes from a press conference last April, when again these supervisors who had received about $100 million of state and local fiscal recovery funds from the federal government dedicated $15 million of those funds to affordable housing in Polk County, and had chosen the Polk County Housing Trust Fund as the subrecipient of those funds in order to take applications from developers and to have our board decide which projects we're going to receive a portion of that $15 million. We are in the process of doing that right now. our first round just closed of applications earlier this month. Our board of directors approved approximately $4.5 million of allocations to various projects. And I will tell you, so if people say there is not a need, in that first round alone, we received 16 applications for over $42 million in funds to either create or preserve new affordable housing in Polk County. I think that might be it, but switch, is that the last slide we got? Oh, no, we've got the program and supportive service. So what we've just talked about are basically the bricks and mortar programs. Here are the results of the dollars that we granted in 2021. Again, 2021 was an odd year. So we only allocated about $400,000, but this is the results of the programs that were supported with our dollars. Go ahead, Dan, and up, and that's it. And so we also, what you see is the logo for a program that we jointly manage with the regional economic development program, which we call Capital Crossroads. This is a regional look at affordable housing. So, and it is we had branded it Here We Grow. If you're interested in that from an economic development standpoint and how we braid economic development with affordable housing, go to herewegrow.city. And you can see what we do there. It's not branded as an affordable housing program, and there's strategy behind that. It's branded as an economic development program, and having great success, frankly, in helping individual cities understand why housing is such an important part of their growth plans, and that not recognizing the kinds of housing that's needed for a growing workforce is in fact an impediment to their own strategic development plans. I think that's the end of the slides, and I think that, oh God, here we go. So here are, I'm sorry, I didn't look very carefully at these and didn't pull them. I mean, I looked at them, but I didn't pull them up. So these are the three main principles of Here We Grow. And again, of course, like I said, one of the big ones is to really take a look carefully at what your job centers are and what the wages are around that job center. Don't just assume that everybody in those job centers is making a living wage. So anyway, I'll stop there. There's the Here We Grow City, and also our own website, which is in the process of being redone. I used to tell people it was really robust. It is really robust. My younger staff tells me it's confusing and has too much information, and so they're redoing it to make it as they would, more useful as that generation of folks and the folks that they work with will find. So thanks a lot for being able to talk about it. Obviously, believe very strongly in the State Housing Trust Fund / Local Housing Trust Fund system. It has worked certainly for Polk County, and is one that I think when we stand back and say, you know, is this 25-some-year-old statute been a success? I think the answer is, you know, a resounding yes.
Okay. Thank you both so much for your time. Are there any questions? Yeah.
What constitutional issues did you face, Terry, when you looked toward enacting enabling legislation, and how did you navigate those?
Dan, you're going to have to repeat these to us because we can't hear them.
So the question for Terry was, what constitutional issues did you face in creating the legislature for the State Housing Trust Fund? Is that correct? And how did they navigate them?
Well, this was created in the 2003 legislative session. So it was before my time at IFA. Before I came to IFA, I did work for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines. So I was still kind of in the affordable housing realm, but I'm not sure. I don't recall any issues like that. I don't know, Eric, have you heard about anything in that regard?
No, I guess I'm interested in have issues been raised in Wyoming? And if so, what constitutional issues? And of course, every state constitution is a little different as well. So, but
We will find out as we are beginning the process of getting a state housing trust fund created here in Wyoming. So I'll keep you up to date. How's that?
All right.
I don't know, Seth, you had a question?
Yes, there was a comment about the state housing trust fund had a local match. Where's that local match come from? Is that required in local government agencies, or is that like local private sector involved?
Okay. The question is for the local match, I believe under the local housing trust fund program. Where does that match come from? And where can it come from?
Yeah, sure. So it varies, is the short answer. So the local match rules under this program get a little bit complicated, but again, historically, the 25% local match is required, and at least 10% of the required local match has to come from either local government or local private sector resources. The rest of it has more flexibility. In reality, the most common sources of match are cash contributions to the trust fund from cities, from counties, from local foundations, banks, realtors, attorneys, kind of anyone associated with the real estate industry or lending industry will make contributions to trust funds. Local employers who recognize the need for housing in their communities and can't attract workers on that basis will often give a cash contribution. Gambling revenues in some, depending on the location. There's some foundations that really get their receipts from gambling revenues, and then the trust funds can tap into that. So there's some TIF proceeds, and in our state, tax increment financing has a low-income housing kind of set aside requirement component, and some of the communities will contribute those funds to their trust fund. And I think in Eric's case, I think he's largely getting all of the local match from the county. But I would say that's there's probably maybe only one other trust fund in Iowa that's almost entirely being funded with their local match from the county. Usually it's a mix of city and county and other resources.
I will add and Terry's right. I mean, we have consistently been able to receive our local match from Polk County, because we have for the last 20 years received $1.5 million every year from Polk County. And we are also, because we are the largest urban center in Iowa, we are able to tap into local businesses and banks and other institutions for housing dollars. But I think that regardless of whether you're an urban or a rural local housing trust fund, it is almost impossible to really make this work without strong local government involvement at some level. And for no other reason, and I understand, why this is, but the State Housing Trust Fund limits the amount of, or the number of dollars by percentage that can be spent on administration. So the fact is that if you need any kind of administration, those are going to have to come out of dollars beyond the local match. And so our, we have, we have 4 staff members here. And that would not in any way be possible without strong local match and commitment from Polk County and the local business community.
And I should have mentioned that the Local Housing Trust Fund does have to be the recipient of the local match. They have to control the expenditures of those funds. And essentially their local housing trust funds have annual audit requirements. So we need to see the local match flowing through the financials of the local housing trust fund.
Yes. Follow-up question to the match question was, is there an allowance for in-kind donations?
Yes, in-kind contributions can be part of the local match contribution. The one caveat I will say to that is, as Eric mentioned, the Local Housing Trust Fund program limits the amount of administration. So in the first 2 years of a trust fund certification, the state grant can pay they can use up to 25% for administration in the first 2 years to help get the trust fund established, get it staffed, get it up and running. Then after those first 2 years, they're limited to 10% administration from the state grant. And then on the local match side, up to 25% of their local match contribution can be used towards administration, whether that's in kind or cash contributions to administration. But I would say that almost all of the in-kind contributions that we see come in as local match are under that administrative umbrella. Once in a while, we've had, I think can think of a couple examples where land has been donated to a trust fund, and the value of that has been used, but the in-kind stuff has pretty much exclusively been on the administration side. So that has been, that was capped at 25% of their local match contribution.
Perfect. Anything else from the crowd? Sorry? Another follow-up on the match, if would it be allowable for a city to donate, say, earthwork or some kind of help with a development? Would that be allowed to be a part of the match?
It could be. Again, the Local Housing Trust Fund itself has to be the recipient of the local match. And so, I guess in our situation, the Local Housing Trust Fund is not usually acting as the developer or the owner of a project. They're working with a developer. So if a city's making that contribution to a private developer who's undertaking a project, then that is not going to count as local match because it has to be the Local Housing Trust Fund that's the recipient of it. So I don't think that we have seen something like that under our program, but under our project-based housing program, where we have, a Habitat for Humanity affiliate, for example, applying to IFA directly, that we have seen some contributions by city under that program So it's just a little bit differently structured.
Are there many municipalities in Iowa who are developers, or is it mostly just nonprofit and for-profit?
Pretty rare for a city to act as a developer in Iowa. Not to say it hasn't happened. There have been some rural communities in particular where they just have felt they've had no other choice but to develop projects themselves, to show and, you know, kind of proof of concept that it can be done. But that's pretty rare in my experience.
I think we're out of time, so just gonna double check, make sure there's no questions from online, but I think we are good. Thank you both so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Glad to talk to you. Glad to answer any questions that other folks may have. I can be reached through the website that our own website, pchtf.org, and be glad to. And Dan's got my my contact information. But I do think that as a way to get started in affordable housing from a local level, this is a way that gives folks at the local level the decision-making power on what kinds of projects need to be funded. And it also requires that the local governments have some skin in the game, which is really important because it will not happen with just federal money or just state money. It needs to have local commitment, and it has to be financial.
Very well said, and thank you both again for your time. We appreciate you.
You're welcome. Good luck with everything.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, hopefully everybody had a chance to refresh their coffee, their water, the sugar that's been so generously provided on the table to give you that little boost after lunch. I certainly appreciate it. I'm excited for this next panel, really, because the three folks here at the table, work in areas that are really near and dear to my heart, and that deals with workforce development, employment, helping individuals and employers connect, finding that opportunity to do great work and make a living. And so it's my pleasure to introduce our three panelists. On my far left is Holly McCamey Simone from Department of Workforce Services, Workforce Program Administrator and Unemployment Insurance Director. And then I have here on my right, Molly Kruger is the CEO of Climb Wyoming, as we were just saying, an organization that LCCC has a long history of partnership with. And the gentleman in the middle is Mr. Pat Ashworth from Express Employment Professionals, who we share ties to Montana with. So we do. So welcome to the three of you. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off here, and I think I might start here with Molly on my side, and then we'll kind of work our way and pass the microphone as we go through. So Molly, if you're ready, let me start with a question. How does affordable housing affect an employer's ability to hire both locally and from outside the community?
Thank you. And thank you guys. Can you hear okay?
Only for online.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Thanks for being here and interested in this topic. I'm learning with all of you today. My specialty and the specialty of Climb Wyoming is working with families in poverty. We are a job training program for low-income single moms and work with families, family size of 3, average monthly wage is about $550 a month. So working with families in deep poverty as they come to Climb, and we do not provide housing, but we provide support to resources for housing. And what I know is that a lot of women that come to Climb Wyoming, mothers, are piecing together housing. So they might live with friends, they might live in vehicles, they might be moving weekly, daily, maybe monthly. Housing is not very stable. So when I think about employers who a large part of our mission is to think about employment as a poverty alleviation solution. So we're really looking to provide job training for a short amount of time and then place women in jobs where they can double or triple their wage pretty quickly in a matter of 12 months. 12 weeks, not 12 months. And so in that time period, we're talking to employers about what the needs are in the local community. We're putting job training programs together to meet those needs. And we're a statewide organization, so we have 6 sites across Wyoming. And these job training programs are different at every site, and they change every 3 months because we're listening to what employers are telling us they need. So the housing need varies throughout the state. And what we find is that our participants, as they come to climb, don't have the luxury to determine where they live connected to the job they can get. They are needing a higher wage, and so we help them with training, and then we help them piece together a plan to get to work. So housing is less of an option as far as what kind of job will they take based on housing. It's definitely more of how can they make ends meet and have a safe space and then increase their wage so that they can then look towards programs to help them have more sustainability and purchase a home farther down the road. But at our part of the program, we're in the very beginning stages and aren't tied necessarily to specific industry, employment, and housing because we're still focused on stability.
So at Express Employment, probably a fair portion of the people that we hire are in that lower echelon of making a wage that they can afford housing. So that's one of the key issues of a lot of the people that come into our place. You know, they're looking for, I need a job because I got rent due and stuff like that. So it makes a huge difference. The other thing is, you know, with a lot of companies in this town, they're looking to hire multiple people. If you don't have the housing, they're not going to live here. As we know, we live in a gated community. And so if people live in Colorado, if you come up for the winter, you know, you can't get to work. And so that causes a whole different situation. But the affordability, you know, as far as the housing, it was kind of an eye opener reading some of these numbers, you know, of what they need just to get, you know, a 2-bedroom apartment, you know, and stuff like that. And they're not available. So do they try to work and, you know, make a living, or do they just give up and either move away, move back home, move to where their parents are, or what have you, you know, so then you lose that workforce. And right now we have way more jobs than people.
So I oversee our workforce centers, and we work a lot with folks who are struggling to make ends meet, job seekers coming in our doors. And then we also work with employers and help them recruit and retain employment. And one of the things that we see is that housing greatly affects an employer's ability to recruit and then also retain employees, especially those single parents like Molly mentioned. Sometimes they're having to have 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet so that they can afford their rent payments. We see a lot of the entry-level positions are difficult to, once they obtain them, it's difficult to try to get upskilled or do anything like that to maybe move into a more secure housing situation. And we do see some of our job seekers at those entry-level positions who don't have stable housing and are, we call it couch surfing, which is not a lovely term, but they're staying on someone's, you know, in someone's basement or someone's couch, and they're staying with relatives and those kinds of things. We also see often that those entry-level positions and even sometimes the mid-entry level positions, the salaries aren't matching the housing rate that we see in our communities, especially in communities that have a lot of tourism there. And we have heard of some employers even offering employees to stay in their basement, or they've got a little apartment out back or something like that, just to help them get their feet in the door and secure some housing. So it's definitely been something that we have seen across the state as an issue for both job seekers and employers.
I know. Thank you for that. You know, Pat, you mentioned it. Sometimes we look at the workforce that exists around us, like the Colorado Front Range, as an asset. At other times, that distance, even the distance sometimes for Southeast Wyoming people commuting between Laramie and Cheyenne, can certainly be a challenge. And so, Pat, maybe I'll start with you on this one. Do you think the cost of housing contributes to our reliance on a commuting workforce? And if so, you know, what are some of the challenges like weather and things like that? Do we hear from employers that we actually see a loss in productivity and a loss in productivity time when more of their workforce has to commute from some of these other communities?
Yeah, without a doubt. Anytime you have people that have to commute, either from Laramie or from Colorado, as you know, a lot of times those roads are closed. So you've got lost work time. Lost work time means that you're not working 40 hours a week. So your paycheck is lower, and that just creates another issue there. As far as like the wintertime commutes and stuff like that, besides the roads, the other big issue that we see is reliable transportation, especially in the wintertime, because a lot of people, if they live in apartment complexes or something like that, our transportation system, our bus system is not the most convenient that will get people from where they live to where they work. They're going downtown first, or transferring, so now you're talking maybe an hour and a half more commute, oddly enough, in Cheyenne, you know, just to get to work. And those hours may not work to get them to work or to get them home. So that creates a whole different problem there. And then you've also got, you know, when you're in those entry level and the lower income people, just the transportation that maybe they have, the cars that, you know, what we see a lot in the wintertime is my car won't start. I can't get it out of the driveway. I can't get it off the road. I can't go to work. You know, so, and those, the people that are in those lower income jobs, they're the ones that get affected most on those kinds of things, just trying to get to work.
Sure, thank you. You know, we see in some of those communities that are heavy tourism based, that folks are living in outlying or bedroom communities and trying to commute into those communities. And we know that the housing issue in Jackson is just, you know, insurmountable. Sometimes it seems, and we have people living in Idaho, you know, and even state employees living in Idaho trying to commute, get over the mountain, those kinds of things. But small towns such as Powell, Basin, Grable, we have people commuting into Cody. And if you're working in hospitality industry, which is heavy tourism based also, sometimes you again have to do those 2 to 3 jobs to make ends meet. And then you do have a car issue, and you're one kind of life significant event like a car issue away from now maybe not being able to retain that job or keep that job. And how are you going to afford that $1,000 car repair, those kinds of things. So one little thing can kind of tip the scale and compound for some of our folks. So that just makes it even more difficult.
I know the population that you serve specifically, transportation is an issue, housing is an issue. When those two don't align, that just adds yet another layer of complexity as we try to develop those subsistence to self-subsistence poverty rates.
Sure. And I appreciate what Holly said. I think we can relate to that. And women throughout the state sometimes, depending on the location, might commute 100 miles one way to get to a training program. And then that's probably where they'll be working. So they are commuting because housing isn't affordable where they will be working. And we've done a lot of research at Climb Wyoming and really understanding poverty and the brain science behind poverty. And when you're left with the decision about, do I get gas in my car? Do I feed my kids? Those are really hard decisions, which then really impacts your executive functioning. So things like problem solving, emotional regulation. So there's not a lot of, when you're one car maintenance issue away from losing your job and you can't necessarily problem solve because you're really trying to meet your basic needs, that's a huge issue. And I think it's a really, it's an issue that when women come to Climb Wyoming, we talk a lot about, because the more of those basic needs that we can help people get in place, the higher they're able to, the more they're able to improve their executive functioning. So then they can problem solve to keep their job. They can get the resources that they need to be successful long-term. That's really hard to do when you're worried about where you're going to stay at night or how you're going to get to work when you know it's a winter night and there's a big commute that's scary and you're the sole person responsible for your children. So I just want to help you understand, I think, some of the realities of poverty that exist throughout the state.
Molly, I'm going to start back with you again, but I want to read the question and each of you could probably provide a little bit different flavor on this. So the question is, are certain industry or occupation workers less attracted to an area based on housing affordability? And how does that correspond to maybe hard to fill positions? And specifically, Molly, I'm thinking with you, does the availability of housing sometimes take these wonderful individuals who you have now take them out of our community because they go elsewhere to find a job where housing is more readily available?
That's a great question. And I think that oftentimes the participants we're working with aren't able to choose their industry they're most excited about. They need a job that has a higher wage. And so they'll do what the training is that will be provided. And then they figure out the women that we work with are very creative and resourceful and have a network of fellow women. When women come to Climb, they go through a program with 10 or 12 other women. So they really learn how to increase their social capital and work together. And through that process, I think oftentimes they figure out, how am I going to figure out where I'm going to live, and where do you live? And do you have any space we could share? I think there's kind of a community approach that's taken. I will say, I think being in Cheyenne, I think it's common that oftentimes people, the more training they get and the more experience they have, they tend to leave or to go to larger areas where housing might be cheaper or there might be more opportunities. But I don't tend to see, I don't tend to see this based on occupation for our population. I think they will do the jobs where they have the training and where they can get additional training to increase their wage. If we are finding we can't get employments because of jobs, we go and talk to employers, and employers are starting to think creatively about how can we support housing? How can we help have housing to then help get employees here, because that's what we need. And so we learn a lot from employers in that process, which I think helps the women that we work with know there will be jobs there at the end, because we've learned what we needed to put the training together from the employer.
Well, some of the hard to fill positions we have are the higher skilled positions in the skilled trades, which we obviously need a ton of, and higher admin positions. So I don't think housing affects that population as much as maybe the lower end of them. That kind of gets into more of Cheyenne? Do they want to live in Cheyenne, you know, versus we're so close to the Colorado border and they're just people that think Colorado just has a whole lot more to offer than we do, even though they're going to spend a good portion of their time commuting back and forth. They just think that it's way better than Colorado. So we struggle probably with that more than some of the other problems. The other thing is like we work closely with like Cheyenne Leads, and they're always trying to recruit, you know, companies here. And the majority of the businesses that don't come to Wyoming say the same thing. There's not the workforce here. So it's a double-edged sword. You know, what do you bring first, the people or the housing? The housing or the people? We don't have either, and you can't get one without the other. So, you know, you just kind of go back and forth on it.
Sure. You know, we do see that service positions and entry-level jobs are affected by housing and the affordability. And again, as I've mentioned before, sometimes those service industry folks need to have 2 to 3 different jobs to try to make ends meet and make that rent or house payment. We also see that shift work has been difficult to recruit sometimes, especially for females or single parent households. So if you see there's a really good job maybe in the oil field or with the railroad, and they'll train you and they'll get you up to speed and you can make a good living, well, that's great. But if I'm a single parent, what am I going to do about childcare in the evenings or the weekends or things like that? So some of that gets really difficult. And so it's harder to recruit for those smaller towns because they maybe don't have childcare available 24/7, or they maybe don't have doctors that stay open late or things like that, other amenities that are easier to find in larger locations. Sure. We see something very similar. Again, if you're working an entry-level position, but maybe you have 2 or 3 jobs trying to make ends meet, you don't have a lot of time to put into upskilling or retraining. You also may not have time to even research it, know where to go or how to get that training. They don't always have funds to pay for that training. The majority of their income is going to rent or housing. And one of the ways we're trying to bridge that gap is help employers access our training fund dollars, or also hook them up with interns or apprentices so that those folks can get that training on the job, and their employer can help with the cost of that, and the state can help with those funds as well. So when we can match those things, then if you're working, you can get that training on the job, you can get that certification on the job, you can get that upskilling that you need. So it's definitely something we see and are trying to bridge that gap a little bit.
Yeah, I can see both of them working together as far as the affordability and the upskilling, untapped workforce, you know. And what we see as a lot of people as they they're probably on other systems other than rental assistance. They're on a few other government programs. And I was talking with a gentleman earlier today and talked about how you try to get people out of that poverty level and give them some skills, give them more training so that they can make more money. And you get to a certain point and you give them a raise and they turn it down because they're going to lose more because the government is going to take more of that funding away from them than the money that they're going to make there. So, you know, personally, I think that's one place where the government really has to kind of step in. We need to wean people off systems, not just you're either on it or you're off of it, because 9 times out of 10, they're going to take the less money and maybe even quit and not get any more training and just stay on the system versus I'm going to work to get out of that situation. And the executive functioning, I think, is, as she called it, that's a great term, because a lot of that population, they think like that, and it's not, you know, they'll not go to work for a day to help somebody fix their car. So you go, well, if you went to work, you would make more money so that you could, you know, help do those things. So they kind of think a little bit backwards on that, but, you know, to try to give people, again, that ability to gain more skills, to make more money. If there's always a barrier there, then, you know, they're not going to be able to jump over it.
When families are in poverty, and oftentimes when people are born into poverty, they don't have a lot of options. What they know is what's in front of them, and if their family has been on state assistance, that's how they know to live. And so additional training provides options. So when people go to work, even if it's a job where they were making $8 an hour, now they're making $12 an hour. Now they have more options. They can see more potential in where they can go. And so I think that's significant in the sense that they might not have housing figured out, but if they can see a path to get them to the next level and open opportunities they couldn't see before, I think then you're in a sweet spot. And Climb works really hard after the program to help people as they start to lose services, not say, okay, I'm going to quit my job because these services are really necessary, but to say, I'm going to plan for this. So I'm going to lose these food stamps if I make this much money. Okay, then what's my next plan? I'm going to lose housing if I make this much money. So how am I going to plan for that? And how am I going to continue my training so I can continue making more money to have long-term sustainability? And our outcomes demonstrate 2 years post-program, moms have doubled or tripled their income after the program. So it's significant work to be able to help and plan. And I think that I think you're right. If you just lose services right away, that's a setup for failure. And housing does tend to be a service that's lost, housing assistance that's lost farther along the way. Usually women, as they make more money, they'll lose their food stamps first. And then housing assistance is lost farther along the way. But I think if they're struggling with their basic needs, housing, food, you can't see the lights to understand there's future training and a future increased wage out there. And so that's the focus that we take, is how do we provide additional training and help them see the landscape that's coming so they can plan accordingly. And I think having affordable housing is a piece of that, because if you're not worrying about that because you can fit it into your budget, you have a lot of capacity to think about other parts of your life and plan accordingly.
Great, thank you. I'm going to add another question, and you can leave your current hat on, if you will. You can take it off. So hearing from you, there's no doubt that housing plays a role in some of the challenges that we face with our talent, our workforce, as we do that. And so it's probably a hot topic. Nowadays, it seems like the topics that we hear, childcare, housing, a lot of those structural things, quality of life. So if you had to pick one or two things that we would need to consider as a state as we develop the concept of a housing trust fund to sort of remove some of the barriers around housing, what would your recommended solutions be? What do you think we should fix, or what do you think really needs to be examined at a deeper level as we think about strategies for overcoming some of the problems that you've articulated so well? Who wants to take the first stab?
Well, I'm with I'm with some of you and as you listen in, I'm new to learning about a housing trust fund. So, what I can say and what I know about the work that we've done and that Dr. Ray Fleming Deneen has done for years and years is listening to the people that you're impacting. So, being able to talk to people that are struggling with housing, hearing what, is influencing them. I think there's a lot of learning to happen as you think about the culture of poverty. I think there's a lot of assumptions about people are lazy or people are staying on assistance because they don't want to do X, Y, or Z. And I think the reality and what I have learned in over 15 years of work with families in poverty is that there's a lot of barriers that we might be putting in the way of success for families really in need. And so if we can understand what those barriers are, we can help find a solution to support them moving out of poverty. And this is a big one because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding and judgment and systemic problems that I think just tend to, we don't realize how hard filling out paperwork can be when maybe you don't have a GED and you're trying to figure out how to feed your kids and you're pretty stressed out. So mental health support is another big part of the Climb Wyoming program because I think that tries to help deal with some other things that are happening to lead towards longer term stability. And so the heart of what we do is listening to the moms that we're working with. And so that would be my key piece of advice.
The two things that come to mind for me are salaries and education. I think the salaries need to come up. I was looking at year to date on our own board for at Express, and the average salary that workers are making is about $15.45 an hour. Now we work with vocational rehabilitation, and there's a lot of those people that are making the minimum wage of $7.25, but there are also people making, $20, $30 an hour. But if $15.75 is the average for a 2-bedroom room, and a lot of the positions we're paying are less than that, then there's going to be an issue there. On the education side, having been on the United Way board for 8 years, I worked fairly closely with several of the people that were up here earlier, the program partners, as we called them. And I think, and when I say education, I don't necessarily mean school education, but education as far as what is out there, what programs can I work with, how can they help me get to that next level? How can, what's a lot of them, I mean, I'll use Express as an example. We've been in the same building for 35 years and people will still drive by and go, I never knew you guys were here and I don't know what you guys do. So we assume that people know what we do, but they don't. And a lot of your programs are probably the same way, that they don't know what you do. They don't know how they can help, how you can help them. And then, if you want to go to the other educational part, we also work closely with LCCC, as far as what are some of those little programs that you can do to get a little bit more knowledge. Not everything, when you tell somebody, LCCC, well, I can't go to school for 2 years. Well, there's a lot of programs that are one-day programs that might get you a certification or something like that. And there's probably funding to help with that. So, but they don't know those things are available. So I think we need to do a better job of letting people know what is out there.
I agree with what both of them have said. I think we need to educate employers on what our job seekers are facing and the barriers and the hurdles they're up against. It's not always that someone just doesn't want to work. There's a whole slew of things behind what's going on with that person. I also think our job seekers, we could do a better job of helping them with some basic financial literacy to plan for when things happen, and do some really good career counseling. Because you also have to enjoy your vocation just a little bit to maintain it, have passion about it, and want to get upskilled and, you know, reach for further opportunities. One of the things workforce and unemployment insurance really learned during the pandemic is we don't do a good job in state government of breaking down all the government speak and saying, here's what you do. Here's how you fill out this application. I can help you with that. It's not that complicated. It's a whole bunch of federal and state verbiage that is really a barrier to folks understanding our systems. And okay, I need to go to voc rehab over here, but UI for this and our workforce center for this. Navigating that system is a lot harder than we think it is. Those of us who work in it think, oh yeah, you know, it's easy, but it's not if you don't understand that. So I have gone down the rabbit hole on user experience, using any of our systems and what that looks like, and talking to folks directly about those barriers. And okay, when I try to file unemployment, or when I come in to get career counseling, I can't get an appointment for 2 weeks. That's an issue. You know, those are things that are really barriers that government can really improve and do better at that. We're doing a lot of research on behavioral insights of job seekers and unemployment insurance claimants and those kinds of things as well, to get them off unemployment and back into the workforce more quickly. And then back to, I wanted to circle back to educating employers. You know, I think we need to talk about what it costs if you don't retain a good employee because they have to leave due to housing, or they can't get that skill that they need to move into another position. It's very costly to retrain a new employee that comes in. It's easier to retain an employee and try to work with them or get them upskilled and help remove some of those barriers. So a laundry list, but those are just things I'm really passionate about, and thank you.
Our partners in a lot of the work that we do in Laramie and Albany County, and here in Laramie County as well. And so it's my pleasure first to introduce Brad Enzi. Brad is the CEO and president of the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, a deep partner with LCCC and of course with our Albany County campus. And then Jack McIntyre is with Cheyenne Leads, Director of Business Retention and Expansion, and maybe taking on a few other things as faces change at Leads as well. So thank you for being there. And then on the screen, we have a special guest from the Nevada Housing Coalition. So Christine Hess, the Executive Director. Christine, thank you so much for joining us today and taking some time to be with us as we work through the wonderful issues of the concept of a housing trust fund and some of the housing issues here. And we're really looking forward to hearing what you're doing in Nevada with the Housing Coalition. So thank you for taking the time to be here. So I'm going to jump into some of the questions. I will tell you that I may ask some follow-ups or go off script a little bit. I think one of the things we've done well today is establish some of the challenges that we face because of housing shortages and because of housing affordability issues and things like that. Where we'd like to get to is thinking about some of those creative solutions, especially as we discuss the concepts of what would a Wyoming Housing Trust Fund look like as we go forward. So let's just set the stage right now. And Christine, I'd actually like to start with you if you could, and give us a little background on how the lack of affordable housing has impacted workforce and economic development and social mobility in Nevada, and sort of what drove the Nevada Housing Coalition to become more involved and more developed around those issues.
Yeah. Hi, Joe. So great to see you, and Brad, and sorry, Jack, I don't know you, but nice to meet you virtually. Thanks. And of course, I have such a heart for Wyoming. And although Nevada is a little bigger, we face some of the same challenges, certainly in terms of tax structure. So I'm really excited about the conversations that Wyoming's having right now around housing. But this position, the Nevada Housing Coalition, is actually relatively new. I was the first director hired. We're a statewide 501c3 nonprofit for Nevada to advance and promote affordable housing. And when I first came into the space, I was like, do they really need this? And in fact, they do. And what most interested me, and what I continue to find every single day of the work that I do, is that affordable housing in Nevada is economic development, which of course my background is in economic development. And without affordable housing in Nevada, we as a state, and so I would say that I also see this true for my, obviously being from Wyoming, my heart is still in Wyoming. But we cannot as a state move forward and maximize our potential, our economic potential, but even as individuals within all of our communities, we cannot maximize the potential of all of our individual Wyomingites, in Nevada's case, our Nevadans, and support them, and particularly in an equitable way, without housing that's affordable for all Nevadans, and in Wyoming's case, for all Wyomingites. So affordable housing affordability is absolutely crucial and critical. Like I said, when I first came into the space, I thought to myself, do they really need it? Looking at Nevada's industries, absolutely. A lot of our economic drivers, some of the jobs aren't paying, many of the jobs that are good jobs and important jobs aren't paying a housing wage. And I can go into that a little bit more. But they are what make our communities go round, right? In Nevada's case, it's our teachers, right? It's the hairstyle, it's the barista. So when I think of economic development and the opportunities in Nevada to maintain who we are, be a place where our children can settle, it's imperative that we think about affordable housing and housing affordability and how that looks for everyone. I don't know, Joe, if that's a helpful start.
I think that gets us started, and it's just great to see you and tell you that we miss you here in Wyoming, but hope you're doing well there in Nevada. So Brad, let me shift to you, because we've talked about this, lots of activity, lots of opportunity for Southeast Wyoming, specifically Laramie, Albany County, and what we're doing. But you've been sort of one of those loud voices saying if we don't address these housing issues, we're not going to have the people, and then we're not going to have the companies there. So talk about some of what you're doing at the LCBA and how housing is impacting your ability really to fulfill your mission around economic development.
Thanks. In Laramie, we have this really unique problem where we get companies in, we take them to lunch, they're nodding with us, they say, yes, this is where we want to be. And then the cunning use of the internet derails the whole afternoon because somebody pulls up and says, oh, there's 3 houses on the market. And when you're looking to employ, 15 to 25 people, but there's only 3 houses, the conversation shuts off and they ask, what are we doing? So we've really put a lot of effort and time into recruiting developers. We started with just trying to recruit more contractors, but the contractors look at where is there enough lots in front of them that they can keep building on a 2 and 3 year horizon. So most of them build, they try to do, in a commercial scale, they're trying to do at least 1 start a week. So you got to have at least 52 lots in front of them per year. And you have to be able to show that you're going to put 150 lots in front of them to get them to move their production crews up to Wyoming. So we started with that contractor discussion and quickly had to move to the developer discussion. And then it's, what do you need to do to make the development work well? The challenges that we run into in Wyoming is our town and our finance systems, our municipal finance system isn't necessarily set up to be able to put infrastructure in advance of a project. So the developer looks at a Colorado, a Utah, Montana to a great extent, South Dakota's done some different things, and they're able to advance the infrastructure so the arterial roads are in advance. So that's one big thing that we can do through a housing trust, through different mechanisms at the state level, is give our municipalities the ability to forward infrastructure that allows us to then go and recruit the developer at scale. I don't think we have a problem between Leeds and LCBA work together all the time. If it's not a fit for us, we just call Leeds. If Leeds has something, and we're working on 2 or 3 different companies right now that would be kind of a hybrid setup. So it's not a competition thing. It's giving the towns the tools to be able to make these advancements to then recruit the developer to put the money in the ground. So the first one would be to take that, I just call it money that doesn't make a door off the developer's plate. And then the second thing is how quick and nimble are we at approving subdivisions? because it's competitive. They're looking at several other states they're going to play in, and it's time value of money. It's a simple business equation. So if we can get their time value of money down and put all the money that they put into it, attributing to a door, those will be the two biggest steps we can make as a state to impact affordable housing quickly and effectively.
Jack, well, you're here in Cheyenne, who are also struggling to find workers and do that. Tell me, as you're doing your business retention expansion visits, as you're having those interactions, you know, what are you hearing about the impact of housing on workforce and ultimately how that ripples to job growth or really employer retention?
Sure, absolutely. So, you know, affordable housing is a huge, has a huge impact on employees throughout Laramie County and Cheyenne. You know, if there's an employee that is constantly stressing and worrying about the situation at home and what they can afford and what's available, you know, they're might not be able to carry out their job and their duties to the best of their ability. It affects them, affects the company and its bottom line and how it functions. You know, available workforce is a huge metric, and available workforce housing is a huge metric when it comes to different companies looking to relocate or expand in Cheyenne. And so, I mean, it has direct correlation. If you don't have the housing, as Brad mentioned, it doesn't take very long for them to connect the dots and say, hey, you know, we're not going to be able to attract the necessary workforce to carry out our operations here. And an example of that was Smuckers. And so when, you know, they moved down the road, that one, you know, kind of hurts a little bit. And so, but yeah, having those conversations from the get-go when it comes to attracting companies and constantly bringing different folks into the fold, Habitat for Humanity, My Front Door, anytime those folks at BRE site visits, you know, are having some troubles, just giving them the necessary resources to really be able to combat that problem. You know, it is pretty cool though that, you know, in some situations we've been working with companies that kind of find creative solutions on their own. And one of those being Searing Industries, where they recognized the problem and they decided that, you know what, we're going to team up with a contractor developer and we're going to, you know, build our own workforce housing for our employees. So, you know, it's working with those types of companies that get it to that degree and are wanting to invest in Cheyenne and invest in their employees that, you know, really help move the needle.
Christine, tell us if you, so again, as we're thinking about how do we remove barriers, create an environment where more housing becomes available, housing at the different thresholds, the different entry level, if you will, from transitional housing to your first home to more diverse opportunities, or what success have you guys had in Nevada as it pertains to housing? And as you think about recommendations that you could maybe say, hey, here's really what I suggest Wyoming starts looking at that we've had success with. Any wins, anything that you're doing there that could help shed light on us as we start this journey?
Yeah, thanks. And first, I just want to say, I think, Brad, you nailed it. The money and time, the money for the infrastructure. But I would also say, and we're doing some things well in Nevada. We happen to be, by the way, we're the worst in the country. We're number 50 for affordable and available housing for our Nevadan households below 30% AMI. So we have a long way to go. But a lot of what you're talking about, that entry into home ownership is also a little different. But that is where affordable housing comes in, right? When you have affordable rentals, now a family can save. From a workforce perspective, now someone can upskill, right? I always tell my economic developer friends, I'm like, hey, nobody's upskilling if they can't even pay their rent. So we need to get people stably housed where they're not paying more than 30% of their income on their housing costs. And typically that's rent until we transition. But from some of the things that we're doing well, and I'm not exactly sure, I've been gone now for a couple years, but I've seen these tools be implemented in the last few years, and they're very effective. So one in the 29 legislative session. So first of all, we do have a state housing trust fund. And it's awesome. We've had that since I think it was the late 90s. In fact, we need more tools. That's one of our best tools. We do also have a state housing tax credit. That was a program that was stood up and funded with $40 million. So we are moving through that right now. Our state housing trust fund is based on our real property transfer taxes. So when a home is sold, for example, right, a portion of those taxes go for affordable housing. And that actually provides the gap financing, and it can do some other things too. So I think that's what's cool, right? And I know you talked about it this morning, but those state housing trust funds can do other things, and they don't have the ties that the federal dollars have, which is also really important. We need some flexible dollars to do what Wyoming wants to do, and in our case, Nevada. So the state housing trust fund, huge money, but incentives. So in 2019, the Nevada legislature, we're a Dillon Rule state, but we passed legislation enabling our local governments to waive or reduce fees and taxes for developers that are building affordable housing, right? And in Nevada, we define affordable housing in 3 tiers: below 60% of area median income, 60 to 80% of area median income, 80 to 120% of area median income. So at that point, the local communities can choose to what degree or extent they waive or reduce impact fees. Another really important tool that as we move into the 2023 legislative session here in Nevada that we're looking at, in Nevada, affordable housing properties can be exempt from property taxes if they include home funds. And the reason why is because it allows for a compliance measure, right? It's a federal type of funding to fund affordable housing. We're looking to expand that property. I shouldn't use the word expand, excuse me. We're looking to make a technical fix and align that policy with actual reality of how developers are funding affordable housing, right? So in this case, that it includes home funds, or that they're also low-income housing tax credit projects. So projects that can build a lot of what I think we're talking about here, workforce housing, right? Which is very important housing in order for us to grow economically. So the property tax exemption, the incentives are big, and our state housing trust fund are things that we're doing well and making a difference.
Great, thank you. That's actually a great response. Brad, as you're working with developers and thinking about fit between workforce housing for certain types of companies that you want to work with, where's the priority, and what are they focusing on, and what are the challenges to do it? Is it single family? Is it the first home? Is it multifamily? And you can't say it's all of the above. I know that's part of the issue, is we need a mix of everything. But as you think about one of the things we'll continue to struggle with is, as you design a program, where does the program really place its emphasis? Because that's where the money is going to go and the criteria are going to go. What's the priorities? What are you seeing as a place we've got to start and make headway first?
And I'll speak for in Laramie. In Laramie, we have a really unique dynamic, and I'm not going to answer it as all the above, even though the answer is all the above, is when people move west, or even to the Midwest, if they're coming from the West Coast and they want a rural lifestyle, they want not a 10-foot setback to the side in single family. They want a bigger lot and a little bit of room to experience the West. Usually then they move into the 10-foot side setback and come in because they realize they hate plowing snow more than they love the rural idea. So, but that's a driver. We've got one development that does very well with that in Laramie, just outside of Laramie, called the Paddocks. And they've managed to kind of keep that rural part going. That tends to be management and up. And then, for workforce and primarily in the tech and, kind of that cutting edge, I call them hipsters, but that's probably I probably just created all kind of age bias and everything else. But the younger kids that are coming out of college would really like to have, or are moving in to work for some of our tech and research companies, they would really like to have multifamily, high density with park space adjacent. So those are really the 2 areas that we're focusing on, and trying to use some of the AMI levers and tax programs to do that. But those are really the 2 areas, would be the rural residential with a little bit more space, and then super high density. So it's at both ends of the spectrum.
What are they looking for housing, and sort of what's the criteria they're using, threshold? I know some of those criteria they're looking at, so we could have a conversation with them. But what are the hot topics, and especially if you think about diversifying our economy, moving away from some of the traditional industries that have been strong moving into some of the new industries we're focusing on, manufacturing, technology, professional services, things like that. Tell us how that conversation goes and what you're running into, and if there's any place you feel like we should be focusing.
Sure. And to kind of piggyback off Brad, it definitely does vary depending on the company. As we're trying to diversify the economy, we're working with companies of all different industries with all different sorts of headcounts. You can have a headcount that's upwards 700. You can have a headcount that's down to 12 or 25. So, like you mentioned, I know you didn't want us to say all the above, but it is kind of all the above. But, with the whole rural aspect into things, those guys are wanting single family homes, but they also understand that, with the employees that they're bringing with them, they really are looking for those multi-family units, just so we can get the sheer numbers and hopefully bring that price point down. That and, proximity to different amenities throughout the community. From those houses. I mean, we're lucky in Cheyenne because, your average commute time anywhere is, 13 minutes maybe. And so you can get anywhere pretty quick, but being able to put their employees, in adjacent parks in a vibrant community downtown, that's huge. And especially when you are talking about diversifying the economy, because there's so many different interests that are at stake there. So.
Christine, so you've been in Nevada a couple of years now, right? So we can't blame the first housing bubble and bust on you or anything that you've done since there. But it wasn't that long ago that we were on the other side of this equation, right? People couldn't get rid of a house, and having some of those challenges, and so now we're struggling with seeing these trends, and there's a lot of things that are happening, certainly an in-migration from the West Coast to certain areas. We're seeing millennials finally kind of move out of mom and dad's basement and buying homes and things like that. What are the trends you are envisioning there in Nevada, and put on your Wyoming hat if you would too, and think about, are we facing a long-term structural challenge here? Or is this going to ease? What do you see for the long term, from some of these challenges? And then are there areas that are just going to pervade and be challenges for a long time that we really need to focus on? Certainly intergenerational poverty and helping those people move into the American dream of owning a house may be one of those areas. But what are you seeing or thinking for long term here?
Yeah, thanks for not blaming me for the Great Recession and all those foreclosures. But yes, it's like, I would say in Nevada, we finally recovered and the pandemic hit, which it did hit Nevada hard, and in particular because of our economic engine of hospitality. But long term, I think what I see is a shortage of housing inventory across the country, right? But when I have elected leaders or those campaigning say it's a supply and demand issue, I always tell them they're sort of right. It is a supply and demand issue, but it's not just any supply, right? It's building the housing that our communities need. And that's really important because I think it's important on all of us here in Nevada, in Wyoming, the same, Southeast Wyoming, so different than where I was in Northwest Wyoming, right? What is it that our community needs? And how do we go about that? And that can also help identify some funding tools. So in addition to just increased supply, and I always push back on my private sector friends and I say, to be clear, housing below 60% of area median income, which by the way, are the jobs, right, that make our communities go round, that housing doesn't build itself. Much of that housing requires some subsidies in order to pencil. And so, in Wyoming, like Nevada, we're leaving a lot of federal dollars on the table. Stop. Like, let's leverage those dollars. Those are our dollars. Let's make sure we're bringing them in to get what our communities need, right? So I see that need for supply, but targeted supply for what our communities need. Then I also see the opportunity, particularly around single family homes and our aging stock, right? And out here in rural Nevada, we have aging single family stock and not necessarily people with reserves to help maintain those. What's really cool, I don't know about Wyoming, but the state of Nevada, our housing finance agency, typically receives $6 million to help support the rehabilitation, weatherization of energy efficiencies of our single family homes. Well, this year we're getting 24 million, right? So this is really an opportunity to impact single family homeowners. Joe, I also wanted to talk about a couple other solution tools that one is new to Nevada. We committed $500 million of our American Rescue Plan Act state and local fiscal recovery funds. In this case, it was our state fiscal recovery funds for affordable housing. We're investing $430 million of that into new development and preserving. So I don't know what Wyoming has left, but if you have some of those state fiscal recovery funds, you might be able to catalyze your funds. And the Treasury just released rules that allows it to be used as a revolving loan fund, essentially, right? Those loans have to be long-term, but it can be used as a revolving loan fund. Additionally, Utah, always looking to my Western partners, typically I look east and not west of Nevada. Utah has an investment fund. It's the Utah Housing Preservation Fund. That could probably look a lot of different ways, right? It was catalyzed with some state funding, but there's philanthropy and social impact investing. So as we look forward, I'm based in Reno, and Brad and Jack both, I think the Southeast really does have an attraction for technology. But I can tell you, Reno, as one of the biggest or fastest growing mid-sized communities, EDON, our economic development group, is one of my biggest supporters. Housing is preventing their growth right now, and it's majorly hampering regular community members and our kids from finding housing right in the places we love.
Christine, with your experience in Wyoming, and then Brad, I'm going to ask you to think about this and how we might leverage this either locally or at a state. What are some of the barriers to creating a space, a process, and then ultimately funding some of the things that help developers get in and get going at a lower cost and more expeditiously? There's been a lot of talk about what Brad proposed is whether or not government can play a role in actually extending the initial infrastructure, curb, sewer, gutter, those types of things, as well as improving processes. Always that question about how much the public government can support the private sector because of some of the constitutional questions here. But how does Nevada navigate that, and how would you see that maybe applying here in Wyoming?
Yeah, I think taking a look at what doesn't cost money and the streamlining that Brad talked about, here in Nevada, a couple of our communities do actually have like green tape, right, as opposed to red tape, green tape processes to help housing projects that have been prioritized get through faster, because time is money, right? Time is, when it takes too long too, that risk adds for developers. So I think that streamlining that was spoken about is extremely important. And then also just looking at land use and zoning in creative ways in order to, again, attract the development you want, but also build the housing that your communities are looking for and also need as you project forward. I think that those land use and zoning is a space where it's local, and I'm not sure the state control that Wyoming has, I think, is different than Nevada. In our case, we need some enabling legislation at times to do things in Nevada at the local level. But once that's given, that locally we are putting in place measures that allow for the inventory to grow in a way that makes sense for the communities and adds the inventory that's needed.
Great, thank you. So Brad, thinking about Laramie, but really thinking about Wyoming in general. So what are the things that you would like to see removed, or what type of funding lines, resources, or mechanisms would you like to see put in place that would help you work with developers to expedite everything from construction to building, and actually maybe even helping their profitability while keeping things affordable? I probably can't address the aquifer issues, although I know that is an issue over there. But if you had to wave the magic wand, what are the things you'd like to see fixed locally and then at the state level to help it make it easier for developers to come in and start building?
Locally for Laramie, that's easy. We've got to remove the obstructions, and the process has to become streamlined. It's the most cumbersome process where you can get kicked out on third reading of your final plat and kicked all the way back to the start. It's not functional for developers. So we have to address that. Locally, I think the biggest kind of item that would help is if we could use some of the state designated funds out of ARPA to advance infrastructure. One of the mantras that we live under in Laramie is we're the poorest county in the state, but we also have the biggest state institution outside of the actual state government. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's a really tough discussion. What I say to every civic organization is I don't have the answer for 4,500 jobs and $128 million a year in salary revenue. So if you're thinking I got that and you want to bash the university, you got the wrong guy in this job. And I'm just blunt about it. And to that drives what we need to do as a state. We have got to stop some of the dialogue and mentality that we have. And that the particular dialogue and mentality that we have impacts us all as business leaders, community leaders, and nonprofit leaders. And that is, we don't want it to become a Colorado. We don't want it to become a California. And what we're saying is, we don't want you here. And we do a damn good job as a state of keeping you out. And so you can't put people like Jack and I in a position where you want us to recruit and then be like, but not you. It's an impossible position to be in, both from retention and expansion and business recruitment outside. And so we really have to stop saying what we don't want as Wyoming, and we have to come up with a solid plan for what we do want as Wyoming. And that's the biggest mentality change that we can make as a state. Instead of I'm against everything, what are we for? And my reference point is, we often get into this mindset of mineral boom, mineral bust in Wyoming. And I always contrast it versus Texas. So in Wyoming, what do we do when there's a bust? We say, oh, we got to really cut back. We're going to have to tighten our belts. We're not going to be able to do anything. What do we do when there's a boom? Well, there's another bust coming. We got to really tighten our belts. We got to make sure we don't spend anything. I traveled doing executive coaching in Texas and the Dallas area in particular. And when the oil was in its worst last trough, they said, we got to spend more money. We got to put more out. We got to recruit more businesses. And I lost 3 businesses in Laramie to checks from the Texas government. Literally a check where the Texas government said, they visited me. They were all on board, even with our housing problems. And they went to Texas, and Texas said, here's $1 million, move tomorrow. And guess what? They took the $1 million and moved. So we have to change our mindset to we're for something and we're going to invest in that something. So that's the real big leap that we as the economic development community and the nonprofit community that really surrounds housing needs, because if we don't have lateral and vertical mobility in our economy, we don't have an economy. So we have to get to that point as leaders in our communities to say, this is what we're for, and we're pushing for it, and we're going to push hard.
Okay, absolutely. Yes, go back to the very beginning. We're lucky because we get to work with Seth and Charles and everybody at City Planning and Development, and they're constantly in the fold and at the table and are constantly working with us, which I'm sure at times they're probably like, okay, come on, like let's be reasonable here. But no, I think with some of those in terms of getting housing out of the ground, and whether it's single home or if it's multifamily units, and it's just taking a look at some of those requirements. And the same thing can go on the commercial and business side of things, where time is money, and so some of those things can sometimes hamstring projects or processes. And you look at water curtailment potentially and things of that nature. So maybe, scale back certain things when it comes to landscape requirements, and just little things that at the end of the day really just add up to become bigger things. Time is money, and it's evident. Microsoft, for instance, they've really have invested in us and our community. And I think a big portion is that because we do have great community partners at the city and at the county level where they might not get that elsewhere. And so, that's extremely helpful. And just so we can kind of stay on top of that and keep that going and going in the right direction is going to prove to be extremely beneficial and provide dividends. Again, agree completely with some of the messaging that we have throughout the state. I'm from Buffalo, Wyoming. Love Buffalo, small ranch agriculture community. When I go home and I tell people that I work in economic development, sometimes I get, why the heck are you bringing people here? And it's like, well, it's good for the state. It's good to diversify. We're not always going to have that oil and gas and coal to rely on. So I think it's important that, to your point, is, we don't have to say yes to all comers, but we can say yes to the right ones that share our values and share our vision and share our culture. what else was there in that?
So, Jack, let me ask you a question. You know, part of the LEAD strategic plan is really starting to focus on how we develop our own incentive programs. So we're not reliant on what generally appears to be a pretty small tool chest, but some great champion voices about how wonderful Wyoming is with it. So if you had the ability to create a tool that would help make the case for business relocation or expansion to Wyoming, around housing, is there anything that comes to mind that developer or that employers say, I wish we had this, or is there something that we could put on the table that would make those recruits a little bit easier, other than just saying, you know, your employees can get an affordable house, we got lots of inventory, it's a buyer's type of market? You know, what are the incentives, or what are the things that we could create locally or as a state to maybe make it a little bit easier to seal those deals, other than the $1 million checks that we'll get from Texas, which would be nice?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, I think what Christine said, some of those affordable housing components and being able to waive some of those taxes and fees, I think that would be huge. We definitely have room for improvement on the incentive aspect or end of things. I talked to a site selector. I drove him back down to DIA yesterday, and I said, okay, so where do we stand in terms of incentives? You know, we have data center cost reduction grant, manufacturing sales and use tax exemption, and inventory tax exemptions, and you know, we already have a low tax structure, but other than that, we really don't have a whole lot. And so I think being able to be creative and, you know, maybe waiving those costs, or maybe being able to provide some types of reduction grants. If, you know, say you have a company like Searing who's, you know, saying, hey, to heck with it, we're going to build our own housing. Well, let's help them do that, you know, and let's and make that easier on them and support them in that endeavor. And so, you know, maybe down the road, we'll have more companies that are willing to make that jump, make that leap, and do just that. Me?
Well, let me summarize what he said, and then we'll turn it over to you. So for those online, I know they can't hear. That was the infamous Pete Illaway and his a very astute observation of years on, I would say, in both sides of the chamber in some ways, and just recognizing that disconnect, that there are what I like to call two Wyomings, to be honest with you. There is a Wyoming that's thinking about the long-term future, that wants to grow and wants to progress. There is the don't tread on me Wyoming that would prefer everything stayed as it was 20, 30 years ago. And unfortunately, neither of those can find that balance where they can both exist, I think. And so the big change for us will be, you know, when the industries that we have can no longer support providing that high level of tax support and services that we've come to expect. And when we don't have those services, that's where the dialogue has to change. But the question essentially is how do we push through that crossroads? Because the future of Wyoming probably is going to be predicated on our ability to recruit and retain talent, which will drive economic activity, which will continue to do the things that perhaps the extractive industry struggles with for a while. So, how do we have that conversation? And, specifically thinking that a housing trust fund, I don't know if Senator Nethercott has popped in yet, but a housing trust fund is going to have to be established in statute, which means we will be having this conversation at the legislative level. So how do we start to tackle that conversation and maybe shift that dialogue, recognizing that, there is that perception. So we'll take a stab at it, Jack, and then we'll give it to Brad, and maybe Christine has some insight too, because she's worked in this space as well.
Yeah, Pete, definitely hear that for sure and get that a lot. And, but you're totally right. It's about having that conversation with legislators and the people making the decisions. We did a ROI study out at the Cheyenne Business Parkway of some of that land that we had either given away completely to some pretty big companies or heavily discounted rates. And we were just trying to figure out what was our ROI on that. And you might know this number better than myself, but I think for every dollar, I think the state got $8 back. So, it's definitely there, and we are reaping the benefits. And, when you have some of those heavy hitters like the Microsofts, and it's pretty impressive to see some of the tax revenue that the county and the state generates off of that, and just the additional infrastructure that they're willing to help put in on their dime, that not only helps them, but helps the community and helps citizens in everyday life in every facet. So it might not be right there in front of their face, but it definitely does help them in the long run. But also to your point, with the housing shortage and with that kind of messaging where, maybe do we want more people? Do we not want more people? We've kind of found a niche where, we're not really looking to fish or recruit any of those Lowe's distribution centers or Sierra fulfillment centers or Walmart distribution centers anymore, just because, capacity and, infrastructure and environment capabilities. So our niche now is, looking at some of those multi-generational family-owned manufacturing companies that, they could be 12 folks to 25 folks where they're transplanting their employees all the way from Colorado and bringing every single one of them up here. And so that's something that we can definitely swallow a little bit better. And some of those companies, they help in terms of affordable housing because, if they come from some of those states that, cost of living is a little bit more expensive and generally those salaries are a little bit more than Wyoming, well, they're willing to pay just as much as they did elsewhere or even more when they decide to relocate. So don't know if that helps. I don't know if that answered the question, but.
I appreciate that question because it's one of the things that I think we fail at in economic development in Wyoming. If our mantra is come here because you don't pay anything, we've already failed. Because if we're selling zero as the common denominator, we've already lost every other state because their real joy is to say, we're going to give you a 5-year tax haven. And they don't say at the end of 5 years, we're going to make sure that you come in at the current tax rate. So they recruit at zero and you pay it a multiple of. And so we're going to have to get, uncomfortable and to get comfortable again in saying, if you come in and you're an emerging industry, we just passed the whole suite of, and Senator Nethercott, who just joined us, was instrumental in creating really the FinTech set of laws. And every one of those companies that I talked to, I said, what are you willing to pay? Welcome to Wyoming. What are you willing to pay? And about 75% say, well, we'd pay something just because you guys have this infrastructure that we don't have. I've had 4 or 5 go right over to the Secretary of State's office after that, not at my advice, but I think they thought that's where they signed up to pay tax. People aren't opposed to paying a tax. It's how we pitch it. And if we pitch that it's zero and it's zero forever, we're going to forever have a problem with zero. But if we pitch, we do things uniquely in Wyoming. We allow your business some nimbleness that is not available. I can promise. I've lobbied in 28 states. There is nimbleness in Wyoming that does not exist anywhere else. And we say, welcome to Wyoming. There's going to be a fee at some point. We'll give you a 5-year horizon to get started up, but what are you going to pay? And we can actually codify tax to, I think, Pete, you probably know better than myself. We could actually codify tax to an industry or a individual company if we wanted to. And so we could say, what are you willing to pay? Come here. And then when it's a company that's moving in from outside, that's OPM, that's other people's money. And that's what we've thrived on as a state, whether we want to admit it or not, for the last 120 years. And that is, we're really good at, when we sell the coal, we use very little of it in Wyoming. That's other people's money. When we sell the gas, very little of it gets used in Wyoming. That's other people's money, right? Our commodity structure is really utilizing other people's money to finance our infrastructure and services. So why are we not thinking as a state, how do we utilize other people's money and really highlight what we're good at, which is how nimble and quick we are and how interpersonal we can be. And I think that's where we have to start. That's one of those leaps we have to make. And Pete, directly to your point about how do you sell 90 people on, 90 people that don't, think we need anybody else, is then you have to hold them accountable, because we can't have the dialogue of, I want my kids to be able to get educated here, live here, work here, raise their kids right next door to me as the grandparent. We have to get really honest that you don't get to have both of those discussions. University of Wyoming graduates 2,500 kids a year, roughly, just in undergrad. I can't place 2,500 jobs in Laramie. We can't do it collectively between Laramie and Cheyenne. That doesn't take into account any of our community colleges for higher education or any of our tech schools. So in order to have those kids, and it's wide variety of ages when we talk about kids, those graduates have jobs. We're talking about, we have to create entry point jobs in excess of probably 4,000 a year, maybe 5 with WyoTech. That's how many jobs we have to be creating per year. So we can't let people say one thing and then do another thing and say, well, we don't want anybody, but I want my kid to live next door to me. We have to end that and hold people accountable.
So great comments. And I think that's exactly one of the challenges that we're facing. You said it, Wyoming has done a very, very good job of having lateral mobility, which means lower wage jobs that people can move from company to company and sometimes industry to industry. It's the vertical mobility that we lack that really comes from economic diversification. And it's a challenge that we face, because as we send our kids off for advanced training or college or certification, if we don't have that vertical mobility and those other jobs for them to move into, they're going to go somewhere else. And I think that's one of the things we struggle. Housing aside or not. We heard this said during the planning work that we did as part of Forward Greater Cheyenne, and the statement has always stuck with me. Wyoming needs to stop selling itself on cost and start selling itself on quality. We've got to stop being the low cost place where you come to save a dollar, because that's not necessarily the orientation, the mindset of the people that we want to come to Wyoming. We often chuckled that one of the best things we probably could do, and Pete, maybe you should run again and you could do this for us in the legislature, is establish taxes in every industry, everything, and waive 99% of them, because that's what other states are doing. And then eventually those taxes start to come back. They create revenue, they create quality of life, they create economic activity. So Christine, one last question for you, and then we're going to see if there's questions in the audience. And then we've got to give the microphone over to the wonderful Senator Nethercott, who will probably take us home. So now, Christine, you've had the time in Wyoming, and I know we used to talk about the wonderful work you did up in the northwestern part of the state. Now you're in Nevada. What is it that Nevada does that you wish Wyoming would have done that might be a transferable type of thing for us here in the state?
What does Nevada do that I wish? Well, I'll speak specifically, I guess, to housing, but I would say it's also pretty new. in Nevada to actually approach it from a solution space. And so I actually think Wyoming is ahead of the game, right? You don't have as big a hole to crawl out of as Nevada when it comes to our lack of affordable housing. So you're ahead of the game. But one of the things I'm really proud of is the attention and focus of leadership across the state on housing and its significance to an individual's ability for economic mobility and advancement, for a community, and overall for our state. Additionally, there have been some really creative public-private partnerships, right? Constantly pushing to say government cannot nor should not solve all of our housing challenges, but what is the role of the private sector? And I think for every state that will look different, but I can tell you the healthcare sector and space in Nevada is stepping up, right? And that's across the country, by the way. So if they're not doing it in Wyoming, you need to tap all of our healthcare companies because they know that a person's housing stability is directly tied to good health outcomes, right? Just as economic development outcomes are, right? So I think the focus and attention of leadership with not just empty words, but true out loud commitment is present in Nevada now and gives me hope for real transformation and opportunity. And I hope Wyoming can do that. I think, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm happy to speak because I know that housing, I know now, especially the more that I know about housing, is a barrier to our future economic development, prosperity, and growth, not just in the Southeast. And it looks different in smaller communities, but it's a barrier.
Thanks, Christine. Any questions for the panel from the audience here? Any? Go ahead, you're standing, so you certainly can.
As I stated earlier, I'm not too speedy. A couple things. Mayor Joel Highsmith, Town of Shoshone, but I wear multiple hats. I'm also on the board of directors of Wyoming Association of Municipalities. I'm on the directors of Wind River Visitors Council, which is the tourism board for Fremont County. Part of FCAG, Fremont County Association of Governments. I'm also on that board. Every one of those boards, economic development and housing is an issue. I mean, from, we need people for tourism. Du Bois, big issue up there, housing up there. But what I have found, and hate to get up here and maybe defend our legislatures, but I've seen a shift. Recently in Shoshone, we have a grant we received for a business, running sewer line and stuff. But in that plan included housing. Now, in the past, this is the Wyoming Business Council. In the past, they really weren't open too much for housing. We included housing in our plan because without housing, you don't have place for people to live, you do not have a business come in there. I know about 3 years ago, we had a business looking to locate from California to Shoshone, ended up in Riverton because we did not have the infrastructure, couldn't get it built fast enough for them. I got a call Monday from another business out of Tacoma, Washington, looking to do that. And because we are in the process of putting that infrastructure in for housing and for business to a business park, I'm meeting with them next week. But like you said, we need to maybe build and they will come. And that's us. But the Wyoming Business Council felt very open to that, maybe more they were in the past. I see our state government being more that way. We're working WHAM and and we're working with the state government, you know, quite a bit. I think we're going in the right direction. I'm pretty optimistic, and I know we don't want to this, we don't want to be that. I agree, that's the wrong attitude. What do we want though? And sort of try to, we don't want just everything that comes in. There's certain things from Colorado we don't want, but but I mean, anyway, but I mean, I just wanted to, you know, touch bases with that. But if this is a statewide issue, housing, workforce housing, that's we're trying to work on that. We've seen some resistance from municipalities to get involved with the infrastructure prior to doing that. But as I tried to explain, and you've touched on it, just what I've been trying to say. You say a lot better than I do, but for it cost for a door. And if a contractor or developer comes in and has to put all the infrastructure in himself, that raises the price of those homes, which will make them maybe not affordable. I've been pushing for housing in Shoshone for city employees and school employees. Most of our school employees work out of town, out of district, and trying to help make that where on a teacher's wage they can afford a home. We've been working real hard on it. It's interest rates going up to certain at some now. That's a big part of it too. But to make it the price of the home's got to fit the wages. So that's a challenge. But anyway, appreciate you guys here. But I just want, like I said, had to stand up a little bit for the Wyoming Business Council and our legislators, because I see them helping us quite a bit and maybe changing the way they've worked maybe in the past.
I think what we hear there is for Shoshone, it was meeting the local need. And it's really, as a state, I think, you know, kind of between you and Pete's comments, one thing that's always been consistent, one of the things I think that this proposal really brings to the front is that local control. You can say what you need in Shoshone and it creates an avenue to get it. And that's really where we have to key up to make this sales point, because if your legislators don't want it or don't think that there'll be control that you can use as the mayor, it's going to be a tough sell at the legislature.
Thanks. I promise I'll keep it short. Totally agree with what you said, Dr. Schaefer, and you, Brad, as well as Jack and Christine. I think what I would say is that don't tread on me mentality that goes polar opposite or on the other end of the spectrum to those that believe that we need to continue to grow and diversify. What's it going to take? It's comment more than a question. What's the courage that it's going to take in the legislature to step up and really recognize that when Brad says it's other people's money, it's entitlement. And everybody in the state, I grew up in not here in Cheyenne. I've been here a number of years, but everybody's very proud of where they are, whether it's Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, Southeast Wyoming. But when we all are taking the mineral money and we're taking all this other money, it's hard to look in the mirror and say, we're just taking. And what's it going to take for the courage to step up and tax ourselves first so that you can abate what you're giving away, right? You're going to bait that to get it back later. And it's a magic pill probably at this point. And, you know, Senator Nethercott's here, and I know Bill Henderson was here earlier. It's going to take a lot of courage in the legislature to be able to step up and do that.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. No pressure, Senator Nethercott. We'll give you one last, Christine, any last comments you want to make? It's great to see you and have you on the screen. Anything you want to share with us?
I think you're on the right track. Tools and resources. And in Wyoming, we do what's good for our communities. I trust that. So appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. How about a round of applause for our three panelists? Thank you for being here. Christine, thanks for joining us. Brad, thanks for coming over the hill and being here as well. Jack, great to see you as always. It's now my privilege and honor to turn the mic over to a dear friend, a wonderful colleague, and one of the most intelligent women I think I've ever met. Don't tell my wife I said that because she'll say she wants to be in that circle, but help join me in recognizing and celebrating Senator Sarah Nethercott.
You're just fine. Well, good evening, good afternoon. Great to be here with you back in Laramie County, where my home. I'll be able to go to bed tonight, huh? I've been on the trail for a while. So it's good for that to be over and back to the work of Laramie County and the work of Wyoming as your local state senator. And an honor to be here to discuss affordable housing in Wyoming. Was appointed by the mayor to serve on the Affordable Housing Task Force with my wonderful colleagues, Dr. Joe Schaefer and Brenda Burkle of My Front Door. Work on there on the policy committee with Mr. Dorsch over here as well from Habitat for Humanity. I've done great work on that front. And as part of that work, of course, brought these concerns forward to the Wyoming legislature. And you should know that there's broad-based concern, as you heard from Mayor Highsmith from Shoshone. They're experiencing a challenge with affordable housing. Might be a somewhat of a surprise to hear for us here in Cheyenne, right? How many of you here in Cheyenne thought Shoshone had an affordable housing issue or a housing challenge, a low inventory in Shoshone? They do, and so do many of the other small towns across Wyoming. It's broad-based. We heard a presentation from WAM, the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, that the vast majority of Wyoming municipalities are experiencing this same challenge. That's good news for the state. It means there's growth that's happening. That means that there is expansion. That means there's a need for change. That also means there's likely going to be legislative support for solutions on that front line. So that's great. As you heard, I think in the presentation earlier today, the Corporations and Elections Committee, yes, it's the home committee to the Secretary of State's office, it's part of the speech, also takes up the issues associated for political subdivisions. And so on the agenda, you will see the item from a bill draft that I moved forward earlier this summer for a housing trust fund. And that comes from really the suggestion of Brenda Burkle here in Cheyenne. And we can be really proud of her work and her efforts on that front. And so the committee will be evaluating this here next week in Casper on the 24th and 25th. Or is that the 25th and 26th? Thursday and Friday of next week in Casper. We will be evaluating and moving forward more thoughtfully the type of housing trust fund that Wyoming can utilize to help solve this problem for increasing our inventory for affordable housing, and really a focus on expanding from maybe low income housing, but that affordable, accessible housing piece that I know you've touched on here today. So the challenge is we have these employees coming in, whether they be government employees or private sector, and there's not a place to house them, and it's causing a real challenge. There's a story from the town of Cokeville that their police chief had to live in a camper trailer for about 6 months until they could find a home for their police chief. So really kind of an unacceptable situation, but I think a good one to have because we can solve it. So that's exciting news. And we're going to move forward, but we do need to hear from you as to the type of structure or entity in place to facilitate a housing trust fund in Wyoming. So right now the challenge is, what should it look like, or is there a state entity that should be responsible for that currently exists? And then the second hurdle will be how much state appropriation should go into what will no doubt be expanding government, right? Because if we're going to create a housing trust fund, that will require additional state resources, both in the infrastructure and implementation of the program, in addition to the funds for the program itself. Does that make sense? And so the challenge for me as a state senator will be how many colleagues I can convince to grow government for this purpose, right? Whether it goes to the Wyoming Community Development Association, whether it goes to other housing authorities that we have in Wyoming, or some other new entity, that will mean growing government. And so to your question of who in the legislature has courage, we exist. But we take hits for it, right? So, I mean, as all of you know, right, on social media, how many times did you see rhino? You're a rhino. Well, why am I a rhino? You know, and I would ask some of them, tell me why I'm a rhino. What issues or bills have I voted on that you take issue with? And of course, there's no answer behind that. It's just this general allegation that you're a rhino based on the ratings that we get. This bill draft, depending on the appropriation that would go forward with it for growing government, would likely mean I get to take another hit for being a rhino. Now, fortunately, right now, there is arguably enough of us to continue to move these types of forward-looking programs on behalf of the people of Wyoming. But that margin just got a lot smaller as of the 16th across the state. Anyone from Natrona County would like to comment on that? So that is a real concern for the people of Wyoming. So I am hopeful that we'll still be able to get this type of legislation passed, but there will be consequences to those you elect to serve on your behalf. And so how you choose to support them later will be up to you, Natrona County. So yeah, I lost a lot of my colleagues on the 16th as well in the legislature that would certainly be supportive of this. There are members of the Corporations Committee that will not be coming back. So those working on this interim work and putting this bill together won't be there in the 2023 session. And so that is just really important realization for you to have as you plan solutions and how much you're going to rely on the state to help solve these issues. But good news is there's going to be a robust conversation just next week in Casper. There'll be another third interim committee meeting on behalf of the Corporations and Elections Committee with the more refined bill draft for what this solution will look like. And we'll really need to hear from you. So I'm hopeful to see your faces at those committee meetings, whether live or on Zoom, with substantive feedback for what the program should look like and the resources that you need in order to make it effective statewide. So thank you so much for being part of the solution. Thank you so much for coming here and spending a day talking about how we can make Wyoming a stronger, better, healthier place for us and the generations to come. It's all part of the solution we have together. And I'm so proud of you for doing it and stepping forward and making a commitment for yourselves and your neighbors and fellow Wyomingites. So thank you so very much. It's an honor to be here with you this afternoon. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Illaway. You are welcome. Tell your legislators as well. Further questions about the legislature, about the work of the Corporations Committee? A number of elections bills. So the question is, how would this program create more government? And so let's start on the back end. Do you want a housing trust fund? Does that sound like a good solution? How much money needs to go into the housing trust fund to make it a workable program? How much? What's the type of appropriation that you think we should give it? No. Let's say the answer to that is no. You want 50 million? Give me 75. Somebody give me 75, right? 75. Okay, Town of Shoshone, how many millions of dollars do you think you would like for purchase of land for the purpose of housing? How much money do you need in Shoshone? How much was that land? Sure. Okay. Town of Casper, how much would you like? All right. Anyone from City of Cheyenne? Want to throw out a number? Okay. So how much should this appropriation be? Can you have 300 million? All right. And then who administers the facilitation of which community in the state gets the 10 million, 5 million, $50 million grant? Should that be a state program? Do you want to leave that with the SLIB board, which would be your 5 statewide electeds? You may or may not want to do that. So there's some real considerations there for how the program will function, who makes those determinations of the appropriation of the money, and how much we fund it. And regardless, it will be seen as a huge, so the argument would be private industry should be solving this, right? So if there's a housing need, that's a capitalistic function, right? And so the builders and the contractors should be coming in and providing this housing. And that's a fair statement. That's true, right? I mean, that's how our economy works. That's how capitalism works. That's supply and demand. But why in Wyoming are we not seeing that work to our benefit now? Why is that statement not working for us, right? Because you have employees, right? You can sell the houses. They're just speaking to my realtor friend, Representative Duncan, last night. There's no inventory in Torrington either. She can't sell houses because there's no inventory. So why aren't they building? Doesn't pencil. So then what happens to, because building costs are so high and unpredictable right now, right? So the private contractors don't want to come in and build. So what does that mean for our communities when we're trying to have employ nurses for our hospitals, right? Or school teachers or police, or if you're the town of Cokeville and you want to hire your new chief of police, what do we do about that then? Do we try to solve it? Do we do a workaround to private industry that's not solving it for us? Do we help try to augment that? It's not a Republican principle, is it? So you better support your rhinos. They're working very hard for you, right? Because they get that reality, right? They understand that reality, that that ideology is a great belief, right? And is truth in our American economy, supply and demand. But for rural Wyoming, facing the challenges that we have, we need to think a little outside the box. We need to have more flexible solutions and not be rigid in our thinking, and really think about solutions. So you mean closer? I'll repeat the question. The question is how to make it a simpler process or make it more politically palatable, for how the program could sell so that legislators are more likely to vote for it. Is that the question? And I think the answer to that can be in where the problem lies. And so fortunately, all of Wyoming is experiencing this. And so if the town of Shoshone and the town of Cokeville and all of rural Wyoming comes forward and says, hey, we need you to do this, legislature, we're supporting that. And business also comes forward and says, hey, we need this. This is a solution forward, and there's no naysayers except the politicians themselves. That's compelling. That's a compelling piece. But that will require that coordinated effort beyond just WHAM, the lobbying organization, the representative, and really the people of whom WHAM represents coming forward. So Mayor Highsmith, I know you've come to the legislature before, you'll need to come back. Because hearing from a community like Shoshone, quite frankly, carries more weight than a community like Cheyenne or Casper. Jackson's been railing about this for decades, right? And no one cares. And no one, I mean, does Cheyenne care that Jackson has housing problems? And the answer to that is not really, right? I mean, because of the unique nature that Teton County is, right? Their economy. But this is certainly not a new challenge for them in the same way that property taxes, they've been dealing with for a long time. And now just this past year, a couple of years, has the rest of Wyoming been feeling that burn. So I'm hopeful we can get it through, but we'll need some help and support, broad-based support statewide in order to get that passed. I think the House of Representatives, I think we'll have about 30 new House members. So you'll have a lot of education to do. And then there'll be a significant new numbers in the Senate as well that you'll have to work on. Yeah. Yeah, those personal stories are really impactful. And so, humanizing those stories really helps sell it to the legislature as well. So the appropriation dollar will be important. I don't anticipate it to be a fully funded program this next year. we'll just get the bill passed, the concept passed with some funding, and then try to come back and fully fund it later. But you know, we'll go for the gold, but that's probably the reality of what will happen on that front. Yeah, there's probably, to address the question of tax, I just think that any kind of tax, even if we know we're going to put it and then abate it as how most states operate that way to make it an attractive feature to businesses trying to come in. I just don't ever see that likely, particularly now. So. Yes, I'm not concerned about that. So there's a memo on the legislative website that you can see on this agenda item for the meeting next week. It goes through a memo, which most of you involved in economic development are familiar with, which is our constitutional provision that doesn't allow state dollars to be directly appropriated to private entities. Somehow we're able to appropriate these dollars out in other ways, and so we'll continue to do that here through different types of mechanisms. So that is not a primary concern of mine. The primary concern will be the details of how you want the program to work and operate so it works effectively for you on the ground, and then getting it through the legislature. Good luck. Further questions about the legislature or housing or its concern? Yeah. Maybe, yes, maybe. So the question was, what could ARPA or what other type of funding mechanisms could the legislature use to make the program work? And there's a variety of options on the table. I don't want to exclude ARPA, but I don't also want to direct you straight to ARPA in those conversations just because there's so much going into the ARPA conversation. It's possible that some of those funds could be used for that purpose. And I would leave that up to the legislators to determine how to fund it. And we'll figure out the pot to pull from. And Laramie County's own Representative Nicholas is the best on that front. And so he just was re-elected. So that's good. He can help find us that funding as well. He's the chair of House Appropriations. The Senate chair of Appropriations just lost his seat. So that'll be a new challenge on that front. But it is exciting to talk about housing and the future and the vision for Wyoming and your participation in it. So good to be here with you, and thank you so much for working on this vision. Yeah.
Thanks everybody for being here again. A shout out to the folks that helped make this happen. Thrivent Financial, Burns Insurance, The Office, Minuteman, and Miller Promotions. And thank you to My Front Door and Habitat for Humanity making that work.